Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Assalamu
Madiha
alaikum, brother.
Bukhari. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So at this point, we do not see anyone, but I hope in the next 5 minutes, students will join. So you will have your presentations, Sister Madiha, in this session, like the next group, like the education group. Do you know that? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So you have your presentation with the education group.
Yes, I just saw the updated proceedings, brother. Yes, can you hear me now?
I can hear you very clearly. Okay. So now, because of the change made, then some session chairs got confused.
It looks like I think there's a lag in the sound.
Is it? Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me try to fix it. All right. Give me a second. Can you hear me clearly now? Is it clear now? I changed my speakers.
Give me one
Hello?
second, brother.
Hello.
Okay, my apologies. Actually, the YouTube live streaming was on as well. So that was echoing and creating a confusion.
All right.
Right.
Is that
So
settled now?
yes, it's fine now. So we are expecting the students and the presenters to join in.
Yes. Because some of the presenters, they may think that they have presentation sessions. The time, for example, everyone got 20 minutes time slot. So
Yes.
Okay, so now Yasmin Tour is in room number 1. She wants to know who will be joining in room A1. So I ask her, check your email. Check. Also, sister, you can check your email.
We
And
probably have a
then-
presenter. Yes, we have some presenters joining in.
A list of presenters I have already sent to you. So brother Unib is also confused which no. Okay, in this one I am coordinating, but here is live now when Arabic is going on first here. Okay, let me check brother Unib. 1 second. So I welcome all the, I think presenters are joining now.
Yes.
And those who are watching us live, please have some patience. Everything will be settled in a few minutes. Room number 3, information technology, Islamic studies, psychology. Room number 1 is Arabic. So which you do, okay, in this one I'm coordinating, but there is live now in Arabic going on first here. All right. Your room 3. All right. So now in this session, I can see Amatul Noor, Aisha Audu, Dr. Afroza, they're all here. Okay, so our first session is with corporate social responsibility. And then let's look at the list of business. Okay. Now, the next we have Ashadahu Ashali, Is Ashadu Ashali here? If not, we have Sister Afroza Bulbul Afrin. Afroza Bulbul Afrin, sister.
Yes, I'm here.
So if you can present your paper now, so that I can coordinate some other administrative tasks right now between other presentation rooms.
Okay, I can. May I have 1 minute?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So,
In 1 minute,
dear brothers
in 1
and
minute,
sisters,
I'm going
assalamu
to start.
alaikum. Okay, dear brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum. We'll have now the presenter, Dr. Afroza Bulbul Afrin. Her paper is a newly developed continuous improvement model of TQM, its implementation and challenges. So we'll listen to her in the just next 1 or 2 minutes. And then Sister Madhya, please help her to share the screen so that she can make the presentation.
Yes, inshallah. Dr. Afroza, I hope you have access already to share.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, assalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Today's session chair, the coordinator, other presenters and audience, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Dr. Afroza Bulbul Afrin. I'm going to present my paper on a newly developed continuous improvement model in total quality management, its implementation and challenges. You know, the total quality management is now a philosophy and it is widely practiced all over the world. And it has some principles, and continuous improvement is one of them. And here we have a lot of continuous improvement model for the improvement of the quality of the products, quality of the services and processes like those. But unlikely or unfortunately, for human resource development, the human factor, you know, it is one of the most important factor in production or operation system, along with the inputs, processing, and output like this. So here, these input or ingredients for any production unit, in this regard, it is very negligent. And only one improvement model is there, but it is not from Islamic perspective. So for human development in the production system, there is no model yet developed from Islamic perspective. So it was a very specific gap here, especially for the Muslim Ummah. And to minimize this research gap, the author has developed a model that is known as the NUMS cycle model. Actually, it is having the initial letter of the components of that model, that is NUMS cycle model, and it is from the Islamic perspective. Here, to conduct the research, a qualitative research method has been implemented to conduct the study. Data are collected from the respondents through in-depth interviews by using a semi-structured questionnaire. And the respondents, the number of respondents was 30, but they were selected by using purposive sampling technique and also based on their availability from different countries. Some interviews are conducted face-to-face basis and some are conducted virtually. All the conversations and interviews are audio recorded, having permission of the interviews. The author transcribed the records manually and provided codes and analyzed the data using the 6-step qualitative data analysis approach. Here you can see the model. It is the NUMS cycle model you can see here. Okay, you can see here the components of the model, 4 components. Al-Nia bi al-Class, Al-Amal, Al-Muhasaba, and Al-Shukr. So having the initial letter of Nia, and from Nia, A from Amal, M from Muhasaba, and S from Shukr. This model is named as NUMS. And it is one of the significant difference from other continuous improvement model is that here we have shown the one main motive, why the Muslims are here and what should we do? What should be inside or in our mind of doing anything, that is Rida Allah or pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know better, for the Muslims, whatever we are doing in this world, it is our obligation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that whatever we will do here, the purpose should be only for the sake of Allah, not for showing off. And I can mention one example from Surah Al-Maun. And a lot of verses are within the Quran and the Sunnah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly forbade all the human beings to do anything for showing off. So who do these, they will be cursed and they will be punished and they will be thrown to the hellfire. So it is a very, very bad situation for those who will do something only for showing off. So as a Muslim, first we will have to think about that, whatever I am doing, for example, I'm presenting this paper here. So before going to present, I had to conduct the research. But what was the purpose? If it is only to have a degree, if it is only to get a publication for my promotion, it should not be suitable for a Muslim. So whatever we are doing here, if we can set the mindset, we can change our mindset, we can purify our intention, it will bring us something better. The worldly things we will automatically be given if the intention is purified. Okay, so here, having this intention in our mind, or after polishing our vision from anywhere, only whatever we are doing only for pleasing our Lord Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. After that, what we need to do? Then it is Nia bil ikhlas. That is the pure intention. Whatever you will do, your mind will be in one place and your mouth will be in another place that should not be. And whatever you will think, you will have to say that one exactly. That is the purification. And definitely, for worshipping or for obeying, Allah definitely doesn't want people to make some partners with him. So in intention for doing anything, if we have any intention, not pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but else, then it will be some offensive task to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So for the Muslims, we need to purify our intention. Here we have find out three construct. Here you see intention, objectives, and planning. So intention, if you can set your intention, only whatever you are doing, you will do everything here. Because we need food, we need clothes, we need medicine, we need education, we need comfortable something to live. So everything we need, and we will do everything, but the intention, why we are doing this. So why we are going to prepare some food for people? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asked us to feed the hungry people. So we are doing this on because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants us to do this. Okay, fine. Then why we are maintaining our family? Because the family members are the obligations from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we have the responsibility to them. And also we are doing to serve Allah's servant. So Allah's creator. I'm loving them because Allah loves them. Okay, fine. In this way, if we can purify or modify our intention, it will return us very good reward, inshallah. Then according to our intention, we'll have to set some specific objectives because we are going to discuss about the organizational perspective. So the vision, mission, and objectives of the organization, these purification of intention must be reflected in those terms. Then we have to make a plan, clear-cut plan. It is not any different thing from the conventional one. Whatever we are thinking, so we will have to plan something for our next course of action, for our future event. Right now, we will have to make something that we will do future, not we are doing now, but we are now in planning. It is we are planning that one. After that, we are going for al-amal, that is the activities, or we are going to implement this plan in the practical one. So this is the amal. To actualize the plan, what we need. From here, you can see the constructs are here, the education, training, acquisition, implementation, and keeping records. So education and training, it is very, very important. Whatever it is our mission, whatever the vision, and what are the objectives, if we don't let our employees know better, and if they don't understand our mission, our objectives, definitely they won't be able to execute the plan successfully. So to let them know, to let them purify their intention also, we will have to educate them according to our intention, according to our papers. Then need to train up them. And then to work something, we need some materials, need some equipment, tools, everything. So we have to acquire. Definitely we have to provide something good ones, so that using those good instruments or items, the people can perform the better job and produce something better quality product. Then implementation, having the education and idea training of the employee and all of the materials and tools, then we have to actualize the plan. That is the actual one, what we are going to receive. Either it is the product or the service to the customer or clients. Then whatever they are doing or we are doing, the organization are doing, everything should be kept in record. Without record, we can't do anything. So for future purpose, for future evaluation, for future any decision, we need to keep some record, and as it is. And nowadays, during the virtual world, it is very easier for you. So while we are doing something, if we set some cameras, CC cameras everywhere, and everything is automatically being recorded. And even this program, it is also being recorded. So whenever I want to check it, I can easily go back and check it, and if anything need to evaluate or critically analysis, then it will be easier for us. And in the Quran, a lot of verses you can see that Jarratin shaira, jarratin khaira, everything is there. So even atom, any good deeds, it will be recorded and will be shown to people. And any bad deeds, it will be recorded and it will be shown to the people, doers. So it is the teaching from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So whenever you are going to judge any person, whenever you're going to evaluate any activities of the organization or any people or any program, definitely you will have to keep the records in a proper way. You can't do anything else here, the right or wrong, you can't do, but you will have to keep the record as it is. After that muhasaba, when you have the result, when you have all the records, then it is your responsibility or our responsibility to evaluate. Muhasaba is the analysis from the both way. I will evaluate myself, the organization will evaluate me. I will evaluate the organization, the organization will itself, they will evaluate. So it is another important issue. For muhasaba, there are 4 constructs here. You see the evaluation, comparison, QDFT. It is 4 terms in Arabic sense because I have used some Islamic terminology, and the pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is definitely from Islam, and the basic source, the main source of Islamic knowledge is Al-Quran, and it is in Arabic language, so I use this term, and then feedback. So evaluation, you know better. Comparison, you also know. Whatever we have decided during the planning stage, what our standard, what was our expectation, and what is the actual one, we can compare easily among those two. And then QDFT, it is you can say in conventional way, that is the SWOT analysis, that is the strength, weakness, opportunities, threat. Those are also here, but the basic difference is here that whenever we are going to evaluate what are our strengths, definitely we have to consider either those activities help us to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or not. If it is, then it is our strength. And if it is not, those will not be our strength. So whenever we are evaluating in conventional way, we only consider the objectives and the mission and vision of the organizations. If the activities and the environmental factors and other situations, those are helpful for us and we have that capacity, then those are our strength. But here, if we have enough capacity to do something so that we can please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that is our strength. So it is the basic difference here. After that, when we have evaluated everything, then we need to praise shukr to Allah. Not only to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, also the doer will have to praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala first. Whatever is good, alhamdulillah. If it is bad, inna lillah. Nothing more than that. And then if something good, we can appreciate the doers. Okay, thank you very much for your good deed. And jazakallahu khairan or barakallahu fiqh. So we can make some dua for the doers. And then if something wrong, we know it or we don't know it, we seek forgiveness for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is, we can say astaghfirullah. Even after praying salah, there is istighfar. So after every good deed, every accomplishment of any task, we need to say astaghfirullah. If anything wrong and I don't know even, so that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive me or us. Then further commitment for improvement. That is the main motivation for tawbah or istighfar. That whatever has gone, it's gone. But for future, I want to do something better. So it will be another commitment. So here it also. Then it leads us to purify our intention again, to set some plan and planning. So in this way, it is cyclical order it will go. So I named this one, that is the NAMS cycle model. Okay, and this model is published in Asian Academy of Management Journal. It is an Scopus Index journal. And to implement this model, 2 basic requirements we need. That is the top management commitment and highly motivated work team. You know, top management commitment, their willingness, their positive decision, and their support all are needed. Very important to do anything within the organization. So it is the first one. And second one, the workforce who will implement, who will actually work within the organization, definitely they will be Islamically motivated to do everything in the way of Quran and Sunnah. But to prepare for this teamwork, we need a very in-depth training and development program through which we can inculcate some Islamic values and professional qualities or qualification to those employees. And here you can see the some values and professional qualifications are here. I'm not going to discuss about this one. And here is the NAM cycle implementation model. To implement that model, you will have to use these 5 stages. And maybe time is not permitting me to explain everything. So here I want to just very lightly I will go that one. The first one, decision making.
Afroza,
yes.
Sister Afroza, just for your kind information, after your presentation, you will chair the session. I am actually trying to provide some support to other rooms. So you continue and I will join at a later stage. My presentation will be at a later stage.
Okay.
All right? Thank you.
Inshallah.
Please continue. I will do the presentation at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So it is the first step. You can see it is the decision making. So whatever we want to do anything, whatever is important for us, very vital is to make a very good decision. A good decision, a very good plan is the half done of the task. So it is an important task here. And who will do this? Definitely the top management or the person who had the authority to take the decision. So here, the administration, the HRM, production and operation department, mental health, definitely, and finance and accounting department, engineering, marketing, corporate social responsibility. So all departments are involved here, and definitely their divisional heads will take the decision. They are the responsible person to take decision. Either they will implement this one or not. Okay. If they take the positive decision that they are going to implement that one, then it is the second phase. They will have to educate their employees and they will have to train their employees to inculcate the Islamic values and the professional qualification of professional qualities among their employees who will actually doing their work. Then they will have to implement that one, that they will work here, either they are keeping their promise or not, or they are treating one another like the brotherhood environment is there, if they are wasting time or not, if they are maintaining their commitment to their work or not. So everything is here. So whatever they have learned from their education and training session, either they are practicing in their work or not, that is the step 3. And then step 4, what is the result? Actual output is there. So what was the standard? What was the plan or objectives? With that one, the actual one will have to compare. So before evaluation, we'll have to measure the actual one. After measuring that one, we'll have to evaluate. Okay, fine. So if it is the positive one, that is the standards have been achieved, then we can say Alhamdulillah and we can praise the doers. Okay, have done a very tremendous or very excellent job. So we appreciate you. We can provide some reward to them or anything else. And definitely some motivational talk should be continued, so that the motivation will not be declined. Okay, then if it is not achieved, then what we can do? Definitely we'll have to continue the motivational talk session so that they will be motivated gradually. And also we need to again arrange some training and development session for them, so that after that we hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will help us to inculcate some qualification and qualities and values among those persons. So in this way, it is done. This is the implementation process model. So when we are going to implement within the organization, definitely some problems may arise from the organization. What maybe those are the challenges from the organization to put into practice this model. What are those? all of these are driven from the collected data. It is not from my side. Okay, so the resistance to change may come from within the organization, and you know better. Whenever you are wanting, whenever you are desiring to bring something new to any organization, definitely they won't accept it easily. Some resistance, some problems may arise within the organization, from the organization. So it is one one of the most important challenge here. Then shortage of record manpower, of Islamically motivated manpower. Yes, you can see a lot of people, they are praying Salah, they are saying that La ilaha illallah, and they are following some sunnah, but actually when you invite them to do something which Islam doesn't allow us, they will not do cordially. Sometimes they are bound, or sometimes they will just easily ignore it. So Islamically motivated manpower, their number is very few. So it is another challenge. Then lack of trainers to train people, definitely. If the motivated people are rare, so trainer will also be rare. Then different worldviews of the manpower within the organization. One people will take it positively, another group of people, they will take it negatively. So it is another problem. Then integration of individual and organizational goals. Definitely, if the individual's personal goal and the organizational goal are not parallel, then it will be some difficulties to actualize the organizational goal properly. So it is another challenge. Then to establish the concept of Aqidatul Tawheed. Aqidatul Tawheed means whatever we are doing, or what is our belief, it is not that we believe only in one creator, that is the Tawheed. We can't trust on other power, we can't believe in another or other power. So whatever is coming, it is coming from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only. So it is the Aqidatul Tawheed that it is very difficult to set this mindset up among the people. To motivate people without material incentives will be a challenging task. Yes. Nowadays, you can see most of the people are materialized. If they are not very drastically, but hidden material is everywhere. So it is a problem. If you can't see any financial incentive or any very current incentive from any task, we are not so much willingness to do that one. So it is another problem. Use of Islamic jargon or terminologies and measurement system will be another challenge, and that to establish Quranic knowledge through the organization will be more challenging due to Islamophobia and some misconceptions about Islam. Islamophobia is now everywhere in the world. So it is a problem for us, for Muslims, to work anything. If you are using any Arabic word, then people will say, oh, you are the something like that. And to bring continuous change in the management system by using Islamic principles will be more challenging because people are now very far away from the Islamic practice. It is another problem. Then, is there any solution to overcome those challenges? Yes. So the respondents, they have provided some strategies. By following those strategies, we can overcome the challenges. That is education and training of the employees. We will have to continue this frequently and with the professional trainers, and holistic approach of the education should be created. Creation of positive work environment is another strategy. Then continuously improved management system of giving material incentives. Participative decision-making system should be followed so that they can contribute in the decision-making system and they will be motivated to work accordingly. And creation of emotional involvement. Individuals' emotional involvement is very, very important. If you don't respect any other's emotion, they will not listen to you. So effective muhasabah. The muhasabah will be effective. Okay, you are evaluating, it is done. No post evaluation activities is there. It is not the effective one. So we will have to be very effective here. And then in conclusion and recommendations, I can say that theoretically, this is a very good model for improving the human resource quality continuously, no doubt. But still, we need to implement it in the organizations to prove its practicability and usefulness. So it was all about from my side. If you have any question, you can ask. Dear audience, if you have any question, you can ask, and I am ready to respond to your question, inshallah. Dear moderator, can you see anything, any chart or anything, any question? I can't see anything.
Yes, you're perfectly audible, sister.
No, no, I can't see any question here. So I think
This
no
is
questions from the
nobody has
audience.
probably asked any question
Yeah,
yet.
okay, so thank you very much for hearing me. And I pray for you for your kind hearing and patience, and make dua for all of us, please. So I can conclude my session. Thank you, coordinator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Afroza. You would probably have to take over now as the session chair, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. So right now, sorry, let me open the, yes. Okay. Paper number 3 has been done. So what were the first one? So corporate social responsibility in healthcare by the banking sector, the case of Bangladesh. Whose paper is that?
This is my paper. I will do it at the end.
Okay. Then paper number 2 is here. The analysis of the management of Waqf and Zakat funds during the coronavirus induced lockdowns, lessons and recommendations for Zimbabwean based organizations. So the researcher is ready here. Yes or no? I can't hear from anyone.
Okay, this is actually for Asadul Asali, who is not available right now. Okay. So you can look for the next one. If anyone is not here, you can always look for the next one.
Then remaining the customer relationship management case of study, bank, society, general, Guinea. Okay, Guinea. So who is the researcher? Are you there? Who is the writer? Actually, in this table, the name is not here. Okay.
I sent an email, and the last email you will find it there. Last email, and also in the this is Sheila Tayani, BBA student. If she's not here, look for the next one.
Okay, so nobody is responding. I don't know whether they are not here. Okay. The fifth one. Oh, okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Afroza.
Alaikum salam.
This is Abdul Qadir, brother Abdul.
Brother Abdul Qadir. So
Yes.
you are going to present that paper.
No, I'm going to request my friend actually to present the paper of SMEs in Algeria, if it's possible.
Okay, it's possible.
Yeah, exploring the perception of employees towards sources of financing for SMEs in Algeria. the case of.
National Agency of Management
Yes, please.
for Microcredit in Algeria. Okay, most welcome, brother.
Thank you so much. If no one is presenting, I will request him to present now. Jazakumullah khair.
Okay.
Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. So, brother, first introduce you, then you can continue your own. Okay.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala. Okay, so please, are you seeing my slides?
Yes, we can see the screen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. My name is Ahmed Usama Hajjaj. I'm already graduated from International Islamic University in Malaysia at the Institution of Islamic Banking and Finance. So today, inshallah, I want to present the exploring perception of employees towards sources of financing for SMEs in Algeria, a case study of the National Agency of Management for Microcredit in Algeria. So can I start, please?
Yes, you can, brother. Continue.
So let's begin with introduction. So the small and medium enterprises SMEs played an important role in moving the wheel of the economy, which touched all the sides, such as the economic sides, social side, and also political side, and so forth. So in addition, SMEs achieve some points where the big enterprises cannot, for example, achieving some economic and social politics. So for that reason, most of developed countries such as the USA pays special attention to this type of enterprises, which the statistics show the percentage of SMEs is between 80 to 90% of the total enterprises in the whole country. So as a third point, so Algeria recently introduced professional rehabilitation schemes to enable SMEs to achieve a competitive advantage in the market. So this study, inshallah, aims to investigate the issues and challenges confronting Algerian SMEs in getting financial supports between brackets microcredits from the National Agency of Management for Microcredit in Algeria. So the issue, so after the independence of Algeria on 5 July 1962, the Algerian government adopted the socialist system, which failed to support the public enterprises and the social aspects of individuals alike. So the Algerian economy is based on the exports of oil and gas, and this is the problem. So this means a fluctuation in the price of these two could lead to economic and social disaster. Compared with other countries, this is the problem of Algeria, and would also affect the society in the first place. So also it means that all sectors in Algeria, including SMEs, rely heavily on the oil and gas industry. Hence, the Algerian government has decided to move towards implementing the open market policy. However, there appeared problems such as the absence of economic infrastructure. The Algerian authority decided to support SMEs through rehabilitation schemes as their huge contributions to the economy and other social aspects. However, recent statistics showed an increase in failure trend of SMEs in Algeria due to various obstacles and challenges. Also, the unemployment rate is increasing as fast paced. This issue has raised concerns about the feasibility of SMEs rehabilitation schemes in Algeria. Therefore, this study is an attempt to investigate the issue and challenges hindering the success of SMEs in Algeria. Are you hearing me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue, brother.
So So now let's move to the research objectives and research questions. So the research objectives is to investigate the financial sources of SMEs in Algeria. The second one is to explore the challenges of accessing SMEs finance in Algeria. So the research questions: what are the financial sources for SMEs in Algeria? The second one is, what are the challenges faced by SMEs to access financing in Algeria? So the literature review. Algeria started paying attention to SMEs in the middle of 80s, and according to the law of development. And another point. So the Algeria, how can I say it? They showed the saw the results of SMEs, especially in USA. So that's why it's for that reason the Algeria started to pay attention to this sector. So according to Algeria law, SMEs are enterprises that produce commodities and service. They employ from 1 to 250 employees with a total capital not exceeding 4 billion, or with a total of annual outcome as 1 billion Algerian dinar. So now I wanted to present the National Agency of Management for Microcredit in Algeria. So the National Agency of Management for Microcredit in Algeria, ONGEM, it was projected for the first time in 1999 to support the creation of more than 50,000 small projects in different sectors, but the results were not promised due to mismanaging at both stages, and also there is a corruption. Yes. At the international conference that was organized in Algeria in December 2002, under the theme the experience of microcredit in Algeria, based on the recommendations that given by experts. So the National Agency of Management for Microcredit between brackets ONGEM was officially initiated. So under the Executive Law 1404, dated on 22 January 2004, it was aimed for the ONGEM to contribute towards fighting poverty and also unemployment, as well as integrating the fragile category from the society in the economic life. Yes. So the types. Now let's move to the types of SMEs sources of financing in Algeria. So we have two types. Number one is classic source of financing, and second one we have the modern source of financing. So the first one is the self-financing for enterprise. So self-financing is a source created by the enterprise for itself in the purpose of increasing the production capacity or facing financial deficit. So this source could be from the private money of the owners. I mean, the owners of the projects, or the enterprises, or outcomes from the production process. Self-financing has components such as private money and depreciation and allocation. So now we have to make a note. So in this classic source of financing, we have self-financing for enterprise, and also we have banking loans. Banking loans, as you all know, there is three types. There is short-time loans, medium-time loans, and also long-time loans. Okay, so after the classic source of financing, there is a modern source of financing. In this type, we have financial leasing, direct leasing, and also selling, then leasing, and lift selling, and also there is operating lease. Now let's move to the research methodology. This study discussed deeply the perception in financial sources of the SMEs in Algeria, and identify the issues and challenges that are facing SMEs in Algeria. It has used semi-structured interviews with experts to explore the acceptability of the generated model in Algeria. So in this study, the data was collected through semi-structured interviews, in which interviewees were connected through emails, phones, and also voice records, and also The qualitative data were thematically analyzed by coding the common theme that represented participants' points of view on issues about the proposed model. So the target population were employees in the National Agency of Management for Microcredit in Algeria, between brackets regular. So the non-probability sampling is the most variable method to be used in this study. So the selection of the participants was based on purposive sample. So the targeted participants in this study were treated as experts and assumed to have an accurate and unique perspective on the subject, on the subject matter. So the findings. Now let's move to the findings. So despite the supports of Algerian government toward the small and medium enterprises for the purpose of upgrading and developing the SMEs sector, but the sector is still struggling and facing challenges at different levels, which could affect its progresses as well as efficiency to be to achieving both social and economic developments. So the common challenges can be categorized into two opponents. So we have administration and financing challenges. So the administration challenges. So the success of the small and medium enterprises depending on the style that the administration follows in managing their operation and activity. In addition, the Algerian administration still plays an important role in struggling the development operation of SMEs through different issues, of which the most common is the bureaucracy. This is the problem in Algeria, the bureaucracy. So in executing the decisions which cause the delays for the activities of SMEs. As a result, many of the investments projects have been suspended because of it. Secondly, the delays in the stage of issuing decisions, which begin as a habit for the Algerian administration, as well as the lack of capacity and the skills for the administrators among the administrators. Hence, they cause harms to the SMEs owners. This is the administration challenges. Now let's move to the financing challenges. So the regular financing is considered as one of the principal pillars in creating, operating, and extending the enterprises in different types and sizes. So the enterprise is in common need long period financing tools in the purpose of purchasing equipment and also machines and also all the immovable and movable assets. So in addition, the short period financing tools are also needed by the enterprises in fulfilling their needs from the raw materials, workers, wages, and also and all the exploitation expenses. For that reason, the problems of financing affects the SMEs as well as the big enterprises. So these challenges are like the rise up of the interest rate, which could be the biggest issue that faces SMEs. So in addition, not allocating the loans toward SMEs by both Islamic and also the commercial banks, as well as the complexity of the procedures in getting loans made lots of SMEs declare bankruptcy and disappear. Therefore, the banks obliged SMEs owners to provide guarantees requirements such as the real estate in loans application, in loan application, which made the investors running away from them. So based on the above findings, it seems that the administration and the financing challenges are affecting the small and medium enterprises deeply, which cause failure as well as bankruptcy for many of them. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother, for your nice paper and nicely presentation. So from the audience, do you have any comment or anything else you want to discuss or share? From the audience, I am inviting you, if you have anything to ask brother, so that he can explain to you for your increasing your knowledge. I can't see any hand raised. Yes, Abdul Karim. Okay. No hand raising is there, so I think there is no question. Okay. So I again thank you, brother, very much for your nice presentation, and definitely during the COVID situation, and after that,
Thank you very much.
it is also very, very important and very timely investigation, I would say, a research that you have done, inshallah. Jazakallahu khairan.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, then, brother, you can, okay. So our next presenter is here according to our schedule, that is Nadia Abdurrahman and Abdul Qadir Lalam. It is Scarcity of Talent and Islamic Appraisal. Razila Jami. So altogether three, you are the authors here. Who is going to present? Hello? Abdul Karim Najim.
Are they here?
None of them is here. But before Abdul Qadir, you are here. I can see Abdul Qadir Lalam. Can you hear me? Abdul Qadir, you are muted. If you talk, we can't hear you. Are you here?
If not, then I can present
If,
now.
maybe nobody is there, but I can see Abdul Qadir Lalam is here, but he is not responding. Okay. So, Brother Shafiqur Rahman, now I can invite from
Yes.
Ashahadu Asali. Another one. Let me check again. Ashhadu Asali, are you here?
I don't see him in the list. Like he has not joined.
Number two paper, second paper. Okay, then number 4, the customer relationship management. Sheila Tiani. No. Okay, then Brother Shafiqur Rahman, I'm inviting you to present your paper, inshallah.
All right. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm opening my camera from my side for the presentation. And I can see also one of the presenters, Mr. Issa Kabir. Mr. Issa Kabir, can you hear me? I have a message to pass it on to him. Issa Kabir.
Issa Kabir is here. We can see on the screen, but he is not responding.
We can see him, but he's not like maybe listening now. Just I wanted to check whether he is presenting in this room. Probably he will present in another room, in room number A1. Anyway, so I am presenting my paper now. But we can see that Nadia has already, Sister Nadia has already joined. Sister Nadia, can you hear us? So she can present now.
Okay. Okay, Sister Nadia, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are waiting for you and we are looking for you, but not having you, we have provided another, floor. Now we are inviting you. Yes, now we are inviting you to present your paper, inshallah. Okay. Sister Nadia.
Though we have allocated 20 minutes time, but we want you finish everything by 15 minutes. So if there is any question, we can ask you, or from the audience, there can be a question. So you have 15 minutes to finish your presentation. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. My voice is okay? Can you hear?
Yes, sister. It is very okay. We can hear you.
So thank you for giving me this opportunity to present for you my topic titled Talent Scarcity in Organizations, an Islamic Appraisal. I'm Nadia Abdulrahman, and this I'm going to be presenting this topic that has been prepared with Dr. Abdul Qadir Al-Alam and Dr. Rusila Jamil. So, war for talent. So this is actually the title of an article issued in 1998 by McKinsey. McKinsey is an American consulting firm. It was the first institution that introduced the term talent to the business world. And the vast majority of practitioners and companies today embrace the term or the concept of talent scarcity. Maybe someone asks, what's the problem here? So actually the problem is that talent scarcity concept resulted in many negative effects on both individual and organization. And the term of talent itself is restricted to people in the key positions of the organization. And companies spend too much energy and time on outsourcing talented people. And this is an overemphasis on a very limited number of individuals and positions, and it's called in talent management exclusivity. This resulted in negligence of the rest of human resources, and we all know that human resources is the most valuable capital in any company. Actually, this situation leads or can lead to frustration and lack of productivity. And another reason is that talent scarcity concept runs against the universal laws laid down by Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the question here that arises is it true that talented people are scarce? So let's first look at some term definitions. The concept of scarcity. We know that basically this concept refers to an economic problem. It's defined as an existing gap between limited resources and unlimited needs and wants of people. The concept of talent in or from HR perspective doesn't have formal or academic definitions. And there's a tremendous discrepancy between practitioners and academics in terms of their interest in talent management, and this because of a lack of clear definitions in HR. So what is talent scarcity also? So the concept of talent scarcity doesn't have academic definitions as well. And there is no clear definitions among practitioners for this concept. So let's see some psychologists' point of view about talent or on talent. So these are two famous psychologists, Gardner and Eysenck. Gardner, in his book Multiple Intelligences, decided to call the abilities, the gifts and talents of human beings as multiple intelligences. On the other hand, Eysenck attacked Gardner and said there is no multiple intelligences and there is only the IQ that can measure the intelligence of human beings. The IQ is a test that measures the reasoning and also the problem solving of human beings. Gardner says or said that all human beings possess not only a single intelligence, but in the opposite, Eysenck believed that all people are, not all people are gifted. So there's no clear scientific basis agreed upon by scientists in Western world, and this was an opportunity for some people to make it a global talent crisis. So let's see the talent, this concept, I mean, in Islamic perspective. So we all know that modern science is or was developed on a secular frames. So scarcity for some people, so that it makes actually some people fear, and it makes others take advantage and serve their interests. Allah Azza wa Jal says, "Inna hada la rizquna ma lahu min nafad." So indeed, this is our provision. For it, there is no depletion. So in Islam, there is no scarcity. And Allah is fair. Allah says, وَلَا يَظْلِمُ رَبُّكَ أَحَدًا. And your Lord does injustice to no one. So in Islam, all human beings are born with innate attitudes. So we all have our own talents, our own gifts, abilities that qualify everyone to be excellent and capable of performing their mission in life and be productive and able to play different roles in the society. In fact, talented people are the outcome or are the output of, outcome or output of accumulated process. And this based on continuous practice and training. And the purpose of differences in the frames of humans' attitudes is the complementarity of different abilities among all people to get the society balanced. When we have surrounding or when we have a supporting environment, so the society can have as much as possible talented people. But when, for example, a society has this monopoly in education, in training, in money, in all the resources, it's obvious that they can, for example, they can see that there is scarcity in talent in the world. In the organization, in Islamic perspective, all employees are regarded as human capital without any exclusion. So here we are talking about inclusivity. So most of employees' abilities are untapped in reality, and everyone has the right to brush up on their skills, and it is an obligation as well. In our religion, it's an obligation. It's an obligation that we have to brush up on our skills to be able to do our mission in this life that Allah Azza wa Jal gives us. And also in organization, so the top management or the leaders should take care of the followership. The followership is the subordinates. So not only the leadership level, so even the followership or the followers has this right to be or to focus on. So we can see here from this, let's say chart, illustrative chart, that there is a complementarity actually between an organization's members. If we see here, the main talent ability, this the biggest portion. For example, a leader has the ability to lead as a leader, but also they have, for example, a small portion to be an accountant, or to be, for example, a programmer, or a seller, or a manager. But if, for example, we talk about a manager, for example, this is the big portion for a manager because he is a manager. He has manager or management skills, but he has also a small portion, for example, of leadership, a small portion of, for example, to be a programmer, to be a seller, to be an accountant, and also for the accountant. So all these portions, so Allah Azza wa Jal gives everyone the main talent and the talents that can serve the main talent. For example, a leader is a leader, accountant is accountant, a manager is a manager, but all we have other talents or other abilities to be able to do other roles, but it's not as much as, for example, when we use our main ability or our main talent. So by this can create a balanced organization and a better business performance. Jeffrey Pfeffer actually says something which is really, really rational. So he says that by describing the organizational and dynamic process as psychological and social process, that companies should not only avoid winning this war, but also not adopting this mentality because it can seriously be dangerous to the company's health. So, but unfortunately, in this world, vast majority of people and companies, even practitioners, don't want to listen to this call. So scarcity, in fact, is just a mindset. And actually, the war for talent is a war of concepts and terms. That's all from me, and thank you for your listening.
Okay, thank you, brother. So, thank you, brother, sister. Sorry. Thank you, sister, for your nice presentation, and thanks for the brothers who are your co-authors here. Okay, definitely it is a very good presentation, and the article is really very good. I'm sorry for the background noise here because it is under construction beside. I don't have any control over there. Okay. So, okay. So I appreciate, and definitely it is very wonderful job. The talent, there is no scarcity, but scarcity is in our mind. So we need to cope with that. We'll have to find out the talent, special talent among all the people they have. So we'll have to find out those and we'll have to implement those, inshallah. So from the audience, if you have any questions to sister, then you can ask.
Okay.
Sister will respond
I
to
have a
you.
question. So this is, we have understood now real talent is available, and here's an issue of mindset, whether we have the right people, we can find the right people with the right talent. So what we want to achieve from this study. So do you want to share your knowledge with everyone, all the managers or decision makers? So who will be benefited out of this research?
Actually, Doctor, everyone can benefit from this study or this paper or these thoughts. Yeah, everyone can, every Muslim, especially Muslim people, because in our Muslim world, unfortunately, a lot of people, a lot of companies embrace this concept of scarcity of talent, and a lot of them say that normally talent is not an equivalent term to people. So nobody, and it's not how to say, nobody is really or not all people are gifted, not all people are talented. It's like in my thoughts, and even my colleagues, Dr. Abdel Qadir and Dr. Rosilla, when we talked about it, it's like we say that Allah is not just, is not fair. So he just gives some abilities to some people, and the others, they don't have abilities to be excellent, to be productive, to play their role correctly and accordingly to the law or to the laws to Allah Azza wa Jal. So maybe from this background, we have this thoughts, and we try to go through many literature review, even psychological.
Right.
So what do they say in the word, especially in word Western word? Yeah.
All right, thank you. So,
Thank you.
Dr. Afroza, who is the next presenter?
Okay, thank you, brother and sister, for your question and sister's answer. Okay, then I want to ask, it is Ashahadu Asali. Ashahadu, yes, Ashahadu Asali, analysis of the management of work fund, Zakat funds. Are you there?
I don't
Maybe-
see him in the list.
Maybe he's
He
not
has
here.
not joined. So I can make, if I can make my presentation, if no one
Then
is
only
there.
one, that is the another one I can look for, that is customer relationship management case of study. It
Who
is
is that author?
Sheila Thiani.
I think Sheila should be here.
Sheila Thiani, are you here? Is it? Yeah, I can see.
Yes, Sheila is here. Thiani. Sheila
Yes.
Thiani.
Thiani, are you ready to present?
Sheila has joined, but I think not in front of the microphone or speaker right now. So maybe off the presentation for now.
Okay,
But I'm
then I can
sure-
invite you, brother, to continue your one, because it is a time limitation, so we can use the time, inshallah. So brother Shafiqur Rahman, now you can continue your one.
All right.
Okay, do I need to say your time is 15 minutes for presentation and 5
Yes,
minutes for?
yes. I have actually
Okay, brother.
opened the timetable, like stopwatch in front of me, so I can see it's like UTC
Okay.
10:18.
Mhm. Okay,
All
fine,
right.
inshallah.
So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We can see your screen and
Dear
your voice is very
brothers
clear.
and
Okay, continue.
sisters, I'm presenting the banking CSR in Bangladesh, contribution to the healthcare sector. Our authors are I myself, plus Afroza Haq, Faria Rabbi, Nasrin Huda, and Rashidul Mubashir. So the purpose of this research is to examine CSR. We know CSR is corporate social responsibility, practices by the banking industry of Bangladesh, and its contribution to the healthcare sector. So why we need to study it? This has a big managerial implication. The first issue is the healthcare. Bangladesh is a country like one of the poor countries in the world, though it is not the poorest, but among the poor countries. And the healthcare sector is suffering because it does not have enough resources to support the citizens of Bangladesh. We have about 160 million people in Bangladesh. So I am going through this presentation because though I live in Australia, and but my home country is Bangladesh, and I have access to data and information in Bangladesh. So I'm trying to look at the Bangladesh business sectors. So there are a number of sectors. So why I am presenting my research on banking sector? Because banking sector is one of the major sectors that is contributing to CSR. Other sectors are contributing, but they are not organized. Bangladesh Central Bank, they have a guideline that every bank must contribute to CSR. That is why every year a significant amount of expenditures are made by the bank. So if we know the money that banks are spending for CSR, specifically for the healthcare sector, that is not enough, then we can recommend to increase the volume in the healthcare sector, because this country is suffering from a lot of healthcare issues and government funding is not sufficient. And after the study, if we find that, yes, Alhamdulillah, banks are contributing a lot, then we should recommend that banks should continue to contribute. All right. So what is CSR, or corporate social responsibility? So there is a definition, but before we go through the definition, my views on CSR is, because the corporations and businesses, they exist within the society. So if society exists, if societies exist, then businesses will exist. If societies do not exist, then businesses will not exist. So for the better interest and greater interest of the businesses, they should contribute to the society. There was a time when there was no CSR activities by the businesses, but now over a period of time, the businesses have understood by doing corporate social responsibility activities, they not only contribute to the society, they build a relationship or reputation, which is very important for the existence of the business. So now if you look at the definition, according to World Business Council for Sustainable Development, corporate social responsibility is the continuing commitment by business to contribute to the, number one, economic development, while improving the quality of life of the workforce, that is, and their families, that is number two, as well as the community and societies at large. So three things CSR is doing according to World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Number one, continuing commitment by the business to contribute to the economic development. Number one. Number two, improving the quality of life of the employees and their families. Number three, contribute to the community and society. So there are some definitions and there are some literatures on this. So I'll not go through them thoroughly. I will look at the research design, because for every research, you may have a question, how I have got the information for this research, or it is very important for every researcher to explain what method they are using, all right, to collect their information. So we are always familiar with a number of research types or methodology. We are familiar with qualitative and quantitative. So this is a qualitative study. This study is known as content analysis. Content analysis is a study, which means you collect all the available information and all the available information from different websites, different books, different reports. We have said there are 4 sources we have used. And before that, we have given the definition of the content analysis. So a content analysis, we have said here that content analysis was conducted for the current study involving the following steps to obtain information from the Central Bank of Bangladesh. So in fact, content, as I said, content analysis is the procedure how you can collect information from different sources, already available sources. So these 4 areas are, number one, choosing the documents containing the CSR initiative from Bangladesh Central Bank and from other banks. Then examining the annual reports and websites of the central bank as well as other banks, identifying the statistics, categories and types of CSR, presenting the findings and recommendations to the audience. So after we have gone through all the information, we have summarized the result here. We have found, starting from 2016 to 2020, the CSR expenditure in healthcare that increased, starting from like, it was in 2016, it was 7.69%. And in 2020, you can see it is 18.07. And total CSR expenditure was, it is in Bangladeshi currency. We call it crore, which is like 10 million is 1 crore. So in Bangladeshi currency, which is 2016, it was 496 crore. In 2020, it became 967.55 crore. And the total expenditure for 5 years, 3760, which is very close to 40 million US dollar. Now we have presented it in a bar chart. If you look at it from 2016 to 2020, it has changed over a period of time. The contribution of CSR in the healthcare sector. And if we look at the line charts, we can see that it is continuously increasing. So now we looked at where they have done the contribution. So banks have, after collecting all the annual reports and after summarizing them, we have found that they are contributing in 7 areas. Establishment of hospitals, establishment of medical colleges, establishment of nursing training institutes, operating eye care and healthcare camps, emergency medical assistance, donation of ambulance to different institutions, hospitals, donation of medical equipment to public hospitals. So these were this is the summary actually of all the contributions being made by the banking sector of Bangladesh. Now, so what we have, if we would like to conclude now, and if we and also give a few recommendations, banking sector of Bangladesh annually contributing significantly to healthcare sector on an average 8 million US dollar. The Bangladesh society also being increasingly benefited, especially the underprivileged group. So as I said that this contribution is directly going to the society, and $8 million US dollar spending, which is in fact doubled in 5 years' time. And future research may compare with another country like Malaysia to understand the social impact of healthcare CSR. How CSR is contributing in Malaysia, how CSR is contributing in another developing country. So future researcher can look into that. But now the question is how the managers or decision makers in Bangladesh will be benefited out of this research. So we have found the commitment by the banking sector in Bangladesh to the healthcare CSR is continuously increasing, which means society is being continuously benefited. So our recommendation should be that banks should continue to do the good things. They are doing good, and we appreciate that they should continue to do this good thing, because Bangladesh healthcare sector is suffering from various issues. Another issue we found that I can tell you, another major issue is the banks in Bangladesh, they are not coordinating the CSR activities. So as a result, the problem is when there is a natural disaster, like there is a tsunami or there is an earthquake, all the banks immediately jump into it and try to help the people. because there is no coordination, so resources are not efficiently utilized to support the people. So one of the recommendations should be, after this study, once already we have concluded the study, so our recommendation, whenever we are preparing, we are in the process of preparing our full article, and our recommendation is that all the banks should work together so that the work is consistent, work is sustainable, and society is benefited tremendously. And also, when this banking sector is showcasing this CSR activities, other sectors like the garment sector, like the sectors, the chemical sector, like the various other service sectors will also be encouraged by these activities of the banking sector of Bangladesh. So with those few words, I would like to thank everyone for your time. And if you have any questions for me. So I completed almost in 12 minutes.
Yes, you were so fast, you were efficient, not effective. Okay, alhamdulillah. So I appreciate your presentation, and definitely it's a very good job. One question from my side for clarification, my knowledge, and then I will ask the audience. For CSR, do the beneficiaries need to pay anything to the organizations, or it is cost-free for the audience?
Okay. So in Bangladesh, by the banking sector, whenever they do any CSR, they usually do it for free. That is in general. However, they have established a number of hospitals. So hospitals, for the case of hospitals, and to maintain the hospitals like as a sustainable institution, they actually impose some service charge, which is like a discounted charge. For example, if the charge for the other regular hospitals is like $1,000, then the charities or the CSR hospitals initiated by the CSR of banks, they are charging maybe $500. So almost subsidized half price charge.
Okay.
This is one of the examples.
Okay, thank you very much for your clarification. Now from the audience, if you have any question to Brother Shafiqur Rahman, then you can ask.
All right.
Brother Thiani, are you ready? So next time I'm going to call you, invite you to present. Okay, here, what? Oh.
So I'm closing my, I'm keeping my microphone muted.
What a good write-up. I think it will add to the beauty if the writer shows the documentation. Denomination of the currency on the table. Oh. Okay, so brother, can you see the comment in the chat box? It is definitely a recommendation to add something in your currency table, on your currency table. Yeah. You have shown the percentage.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Yes, brother, you can.
Yeah, I mean on the table where the writer is trying to compare the percentage of those benefiting in the health sector, he only indicated the currency number without the denomination. He only mentioned it as dollars. So I think it will add to the beauty if you write the dollar.
So you are absolutely right. This is the paper that the full paper that is going to the journal that will have all the dollar figures. And I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, brother, for your question, and thank you, brother Shafiq, for your response. Do you have any question? Is there anyone who have question to brother? We can leave the session and we can invite brother Thiani Sheila for his presentation. I think there is no more question. So, Brother Shafiqur Rahman, I appreciate again your presentation, and I pray for your good deeds. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept your efforts, your attempts, inshallah. Okay, then I am inviting Brother Fiani Sheila. Either I am pronouncing right your name, or is there any correction?
Okay, can you hear?
Sometimes I am not very right to pronounce your words. So if I do some mistake, please clarify and forgive me.
I think he cannot hear us. Tiani Sheila, can you hear us?
We can't hear you, brother.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Tiani Sheila.
Please check your
sound. Your
sound.
mic is not working. Your microphone is not working. Can you reset your microphone? Tiani Sheila? We cannot hear you. Okay, he's trying to fix.
Still, we can't hear you, brother. Sorry.
Speaker and mic from the. You can use the microphone from the desktop if you want. Then you can take off your headphone. That may work.
Please take off your microphone, then try to speak, and what will be happen? Let's see.
Tiani Sheila, we cannot still hear you. Or you can restart your computer or log off or log on to Zoom. I think that is the best way. We cannot still hear you. Is there any other presenters left, Sister Afruza?
Now from this panel, only one, paper number 2, that is from Ashahadu Asali. Only one remaining. Ashahadu Asali, I can't see here. I don't know. No, he's not here.
No, he's not here. So we have the only one, Tiani Sheila is left for the presentation. So, and his microphone is not working. He's trying to fix it. So when he's trying to fix it, we can make some announcements, dear brothers and sisters. First good news is that we have just shared with all of you, those who are presenting today, the call for paper for our journal. Sister Afruza, could you please explain? We have already shared the call for paper for the journal, next issue.
Okay, but before that, Brother Tiani, I will request you to leave the Zoom and then rejoin. Then let's see what will happen. Please try. Leave the meeting and again join here. Okay, dear audience, we are very pleased to let you know that we have a journal that is named by Journal of Integrated Sciences. It is published by IOU CRIS, and we have an ISSN number. It is an integrated sciences because from all disciplines we are accepting the papers and we are publishing it, but the condition is the paper must be touched with Islamic. So now we have released our 4th issue. We are very new in this area, but Alhamdulillah, we are doing better. And it is very regular. It is a quarterly journal, quarterly published journal, and in every 4 months we are producing. So altogether we have produced 4 issues, and the next issue of our journal, it is going to publish in December, inshallah. So I am requesting all of you, so go through our call for paper and following the guidelines. On our web page, IOU main web page, there is a section that is publication, and there is a subsection there that is, okay, brother Thierry, you have raised your hand. Do you want to say something here? Or are you using 2 devices?
Okay, brother Sheila, can you hear us? Yes, looks like he can hear us. So I have a solution for you. Solution is, I have asked you my WhatsApp number already. Okay. My WhatsApp number I have given to you. So you contact me, and then I will give you a separate time for the presentation. Special time, maybe if not today, maybe tomorrow sometime. So that we will consider you, once you make the presentation in front of me, we will consider your paper presented. Does that make sense? All right. So you have my number, and we'll coordinate. And send me an email and pass me your WhatsApp number. We'll have a special time and a presentation for you. All right?
Okay, then the problem is solved right here.
The problem is solved for now, but he's trying to still get some help from another technical expert.
Mm-hmm.
So in the meantime, we can also share a good news with all of the audience that we are planning to have 2 international conferences every year at IOU. And in future conferences, we will have the participants from all over the world, inshallah. This was like a test case for us, and with this experience, inshallah, in future conferences, this is an internal in-house conference for this time. The next time, this is like end of November, which means this year we do not have any more conference. In future, like every year, if we have 2 conferences, so maybe in the one in the middle of the year and there is end of the year. And these conferences will have participation from participants from all over the world, inshallah. So in the meantime, we have a question from Sister Madiha Bukhari. Sister Madiha, we don't have a problem from our side, but I think the presenter, he has some problem from his side. So he's trying to fix it, but we have given him an alternate time. Like we'll allocate him an alternate time. I have given him my WhatsApp number. So if he cannot join in next couple of minutes, maybe in 3 to 5 minutes, then inshallah we'll have a session for him separate session for tomorrow.
Right, inshallah.
Inshallah, it should not be a big deal. Right. And
he's still talking, but we can't hear him.
Okay, we cannot hear. So what we can do now, we can have a break for now until UTC 11 o'clock. And then our next session will be held with the Department of Education. Until then, we can have a break until 11 o'clock.
Only 15 minutes, right? After 15 minutes?
Yes, only 15 minutes. Okay. But those who are interested to attend the next session, they can still stay here.
Yes, Brother Sheila, what do you want to say? Still, we can't hear your voice. Sorry, brother, we can't hear you. So you can try if you are stuck, inshallah. So we are coming back in 15 minutes. Yes, assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome back. So I hope you all are there. We're after finishing the business track, having 15 minutes break. Now we are going to start our education track, where we are going to present 5 papers. And our honorable president is here to present his paper, and he will present in the place 5th. Okay. So right now I'm going to ask or invite Sister Saida Madiha Bukhari and Sister Amina Afroz to present their paper. Are you there, sisters? Madiha Bukhari is there. Amina Afroz is also there. So who is going to present the paper? Who will be presenting, either Madiha or Amina?
Assalamu alaikum. Both of us will be presenting, inshallah.
Okay, fine, inshallah. So the common instruction for all of the presenters here, that every presenter or every paper will be given 20 minutes to present and question answer. So 15 minutes is for the presentation and last 5 minutes will be for question answer sessions. Now I am going to invite Sister Madiha Bukhari and Amina Afroz to present their paper. And alhamdulillah, both of them are here and they will present it combinedly, inshallah. So sisters.
In fact, head of the education, Dr. Our brother, he is joining now. Dr. Beg. Dr. Beg will be joining in a minute, just for your kind information.
Inshallah, inshallah. So do we wait for his joining or we can start out?
I think just wait for a minute and then you can start.
Okay, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Shafiq. Did you perhaps ask Dr. Beg on WhatsApp?
Yes.
All right.
He told me just 2 minutes ago that he is joining in 2 minutes.
Right.
So we hope to see him
Inshallah.
anytime.
Right, inshallah.
But according to our, actually, Sister Afruza, we have revised our schedule. In the revised schedule, we can see our presenter should be Dr. Chirno Barry. Dr. Barry should be the presenter.
Okay, his paper was in the first place, but the very beginning of the session, he text a message in chat box that he want to present it in the 5th.
Okay, that's fine. I was not here, so I didn't know.
Yes.
So I think then the team can start, Sister Madiha and.
Yes, that's why I was inviting them. And I
should we wait a bit for Dr. Beg?
No, I think he will be joining and that's fine. We'll let him know.
Right. All right. Inshallah.
So you can start, sisters.
Okay. Yes, Sister Amina will go first, inshallah, and then I will take over.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So the title of our paper is Integrating Islamic Studies and Terminologies in Conventional Education Curriculum Design, a comparative study of IOU and Bangladeshi tertiary level education system. And this research has jointly been done by Sister Saida Madiha Bukhari, Associate Registrar at IOU, and myself, Amina Afroz, lecturer at the Department of Islamic Studies at IOU. So we begin by talking about the separation of church and state. This phenomenon, the separation of church and state, has had a great impact throughout history on the overall education system across the world. This has been a significant shift from the past glory of the Muslim Golden Age, when scholars who specialized in multiple disciplines incorporated Islamic concepts into these conventional studies books as well. Religious knowledge was not considered separate from the physical sciences, including physics, biology, or maths. Therefore, the current scenario, where the conventional sciences are bereft of divinely revealed knowledge, presents a problem. With such a significant source of knowledge being absent from the curriculum, the knowledge remains incomplete. In this research, we aim to explore the scope of integration of Islamic concepts and terminologies in conventional curricula at the tertiary level of education. We tried to draw a comparative analysis between the International Open University, IOU, a leading higher education institution in terms of offering Islamized education, and the current conventional higher education system in Bangladesh. The aspects that have been compared include the primary motivation behind the curriculum design in IOU and Bangladesh both, the current status of Islamization of the curriculum, and awareness related to the same. So the research questions that we tried to explore include, can integration of Islamic terminology and concepts in the tertiary level of education be a feasible option across disciplines, or are there limited subjects where it may be applied? How much awareness is there about Islamization of education, particularly in the context of IOU students and Bangladeshi higher education academics? What challenges are there in implementing Islamization of education in higher education institutions in general and in the context of Bangladesh? So we tried to explore the integration of the Islamic concepts in the conventional curriculum across all fields of study, the benefits thereof, the challenges, and the way forward. If we analyze the current scenario at the International Open University, IOU, we can see that the Islamic studies courses are part of all the programs across the curriculum. And the conventional courses are also taught from an Islamic perspective, which is actually the Islamized teaching. And this concept is not unique to IOU alone. We can see that several tertiary level educational institutions in Pakistan and Malaysia have also implemented this. So in this research, we tried to explore the condition of Islamization of education in Bangladesh in particular, as compared to IOU. So for this research, we have employed a mixed method. The qualitative methodology includes interviews from Bangladeshi academics in higher educational institutions, and we've also conducted a survey among the IOU students. And if we analyze the results, we can see that while conducting the interviews among the Bangladeshi academics in higher education institutions, we've actually received a mixed response. Some had very good knowledge about the topic, and some were not familiar at all. Some were really up for the concept of integration of Islamic concepts into the conventional subjects, and some had mixed reviews about it. So I now invite my partner, Sister Saida Madiha Bukhari, to present the rest of the paper. Thank you.
Jazakallahu khairan, Sister Amina. Is my screen visible?
Still, we are watching Sister Amina's screen, not yours.
Okay, maybe Sister Amina, if you stop sharing, it will allow me to.
Okay, I'm doing it right.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, respected session chair and very esteemed colleagues, Dr. Shafiq, Dr. Afroza, and our distinguished guests and fellow presenters. So I will be discussing the survey results now, inshallah. we conducted this survey of IOU students to learn about their level of awareness about the Islamization of education, as in integration of Islamic terminology and concepts in the curriculum across the disciplines that they're studying in IOU. And this was done as a means to compare the case of IOU with Bangladeshi higher education landscape. Now, this was the age group, and we can see that majority fall, it starts from the age of 18 and up to 50 years actually, because we have many adult learners as well. And only a few people were above the age of 50. So this was just a glimpse to get an idea of the respondents we are looking at. Then this is very interesting. When we asked about the awareness about Islamization of education, it appeared that 82% respondents had actually heard about this term before, or they were very familiar with it. And when asked actually, where did they hear about Islamization first? There were people who heard it first in IOU or from Dr. Bilal directly, where they heard from Dr. Bilal in some lecture or somewhere, because she speaks about it a lot, but there were also people who heard it even from Ismail al-Faruqi, who was actually a pioneer in Islamization of education. But there were also 18% participants.
Sister, I am sorry to interrupt. So our education head, Dr. Iftikhar Ahmad Beg is here. So I'm welcoming him. Assalamu alaikum, Doctor.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah, Doctor.
Assalamu
Thank you very
alaikum,
much.
Professor.
Wa alaikum assalam. I'm sorry, I have logged in around 5 to 7 minutes earlier, since Dr. Shafiq had told me that it was at 11 o'clock UTC, and according to Pakistan time, it is 4 o'clock. It might be it would have taken me a minute or so in logging in, but I have listened to the whole presentation of Amina also, and our sister Madiha. And thank you very much, Dr. Froza, Dr. Shfiqur Rahman, Madiha, and Amina. So please continue with it, then later on I'll give my submissions.
Jazakallah khair. So, and we also had actually 18% participants. They're all IOU students, but they had not heard the term before. Although, as we have seen in the slide presented by Sister Amina before, that they have been studying Islamized education up to some level. Now we will go on to the next slide. Now we will continue to how would we define Islamization, and we received miscellaneous responses regarding how the students actually define Islamization of education, and we found that there are different definitions that they adhered to. For example, teaching from an Islamic perspective, or integrating Islamic concepts into the curriculum, mentioning Quranic ayat or hadith of the Prophet ﷺ in different topics and in the studies, and integrating Islamic concepts. Again, it came again and again that people responded that this is Islamization of education as they understand it. And also teaching everything from an Islamic perspective. Next, we actually asked our students feasibility of integrating Islamic terminology and concepts in different concepts. And so our participants actually say different, they had different responses to it. Some were absolutely enthusiastic, saying absolutely this is feasible to introduce and integrate Islamic terminology and concepts in different subjects. There were people who were slightly doubtful, saying I'm not sure, because we should also think about the non-Muslims. and how to give dawah if you're Islamizing the curriculum. And some said must be added where necessary, but they did not understand if there was a need to add in computers or maths, but maybe in subjects like science, business, economics. And there were some who had some negative response that no, maybe this should not be done across different subjects, but the negative responses are very, very few compared to the people who had positive responses to it. Then we asked, what did they think about including Quranic ayat and ahadith in a math textbook? So for simplification, we have explained it this way, that 70% were affirmative and 30% were doubtful about it. The responses were lengthy. People said that they were not sure, or yes, it could be done in relevant context. And particularly the issue came up that especially in case of when discussing riba, when discussing anything which is relevant, over there it can definitely be used. Why not? Then we also asked them, what did they think about Islamization of curriculum in medical science textbooks and business studies? And again, this had more positive responses. A lot of people thought that this was very much possible. Then we asked them, what did they think about the quality of education being improved by Islamization? And a lot of our respondents actually thought that this was a very good idea, and it was very much possible that it would improve the quality of education, because when divine knowledge and the contemporary knowledge, they are joined together, that can definitely improve the quality of education. But one or two important points came up in this, where the respondents also expressed concern that this also depends on the teacher and the delivery of the courses, where the context should be relevant and useful, so that it actually has a relevance to what is being taught. We then asked them, were they aware about scholars back in 15th and 16th century Common Era about the Islamization in their books, where there would be medical science books or other subjects, and there would be Islamic concepts coming in. And there would be multidisciplinary books, because it would be talking about physics, but it would also be mentioning some ayat of the Quran or where appropriate. So how many were actually aware of it? Here we found that it is almost split in half and half. So again, the responses were lengthier, but for ease of depiction here, we have presented it this way, that 53% were aware, very aware, somewhat aware, and then there were 47% who were not so aware. Then we asked our participants about the challenges, and we received different interesting responses, where 53%, this was actually, you could select multiple options here. That's why we see the percentages this way. So 53% say that it may not be the country's vision to do so. So this is coming from global students from all over the globe who had these thoughts, that it may not be the country's vision to do so. And then they also felt that it is possible that in whichever country they're located, the education board may object to it, or even in Muslim majority countries, some people may resist this change. So these were the different options they selected. Other than that, they also wrote their own thoughts and messages. So some of the responses say that they can be incompetent Muslim teachers. This is one of the challenges. Yes.
Sister
Yes,
Madiha,
please.
how many time do you need to complete?
I think we just have 1 or 2 slides.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Continue, sister.
Thank you so much. Right. So someone said unskilled and lack of Islamic pedagogy in accordance to modern era in teachers. So they perceive this as a challenge. And then someone perceived this as a challenge that the world is trying to de-unify Muslims. And I believe they will object and say we are forcing our rulings upon them. Someone said, unfortunately, all the options are true, where It says that it may not be the country's vision, the education board may object to it, even Muslim countries may resist a change. And then someone also say teachers can set a good example. So these were some of the challenges that our respondents had to say. So then in our paper, we discussed the recommendations and way forward. And our ideas is that, so we can see that integration of Islamic terminologies and concepts, it will be a beautiful amalgamation of divine knowledge with acquired knowledge. This is a possible phenomenon, and it is already happening in IOU in some other parts of the world. And the previous predecessors have done so during the Islamic Golden Age, and later on it slowly declined. And it is definitely doable. Doable how? In individual capacity, where a teacher, when developing the course, may Islamize the curriculum in the sense that wherever it is appropriate, Islamic principles and terminology and concepts may be included. It is possible to do so in national curriculum. For example, in the case of Pakistan, we see that there is a compulsory Islamic studies course up to university level, tertiary level, it's there. And it is also happening in other parts of the world. And that is why we also looked at the Bangladeshi situation where this is not yet implemented, although in primary and secondary level, the Islamic studies course is there as a subject, but in tertiary level, this is not considered yet. And we also think that in our recommendation, it should be done expertly so that it is relevant in enriching the context and not irrelevant and out of context, where we try to do it in a way that is not really benefiting the course content or the subject that we're trying to teach. Jazakumullahu khairan. This I've tried to make it short and relevant. I hope I have not exceeded the time limit too much. And any questions?
Thank you very much, sister, for your nice presentation and very long article, but both of you have tried to concise it as much as possible for you to present it in very short time. I'm not going to say anything about this one. I'm not going to ask the audience or invite them to ask any question to you, but just I am surrendering this chair to Iftikhar Ahmed Beg. Now it is your floor, and from now onward, you will be chairing the session, inshallah. So
thank you very much, sister.
Your floor.
Thanks for your cooperation, and you have given your time in my absence, and you have honored us
It's fine
with
for
your
me.
presence in the first presentation, and you have witnessed it yourself. What was the benchmark of that presentation? I'm thankful to you. So before calling next presenter, probably it is also Madiha and Mr. Hunain. I think Dr. Barry is not here yet. So let me give my comments on this presentation.
Dr. Barry is around. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, alaikum assalam. Welcome, Sheikh. Welcome.
I'm around, actually. I'm following. I just solicited to do my presentation later, but if you think it is convenient, I can try and do my presentation anytime.
Sheikh, if you are ready, then I think you must be busy somewhere else also. And if you have time to present it right now and you are ready to present, then you are most welcome. Otherwise, we can defer it whenever you like it.
All right. Okay. Well, maybe we can try and then I'll present, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah.
You want me to start now?
Yes, of course. Welcome, sir.
But before that, if someone has any question to Sister Madiha,
yes. In case somebody has any question.
And if you have any comments or clarification to her,
Doctor, if you allow me to, then we can postpone the question answer session of Madiha because she has another paper also. So we'll combine that question answer session and let Dr. Barry present it now.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Well,
okay.
Welcome,
right.
Dr. Barry. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. So let me try and do my presentation now.
Sure, inshallah.
Okay, and I'm not sure whether my is it okay?
It is.
Okay, so I'm not sure. I probably put in my video and see if that's okay.
Your screen is being shared, so you need not, if you don't like to have your video on, because your screen will be there on the whole screen. And
well,
then
okay, I've put my video on. Is it okay?
Oh, it is fine, very fine, very fine.
All right. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. All right, let me make this quick. As I said, I'm a bit rusty with presentations at the moment. And Madiha was very good at helping us out at some point in the past, but let's hope that inshallah we'll be able to give something here.
Actually, Madiha and Amna has set a challenge for the other presenters as well.
Indeed, they have set the bar a little too high for us. Okay, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. My topic, unfortunately, I forgot to put it in, but the idea is to discuss about the transition between madrasa to conventional, and I've decided to use the Gambia as a case study. So quickly, I will try to go through this in the following manner by doing the objectives and then make reference to the literature review. I will not go explore this further because I hope maybe the article would be much more explicit. And then the few discussions I will have on the topic and the conclusion. I have not made much recommendations at this stage. And then the references. But let me just quickly begin by the introduction. So basically the Gambia, where my case study is formed, is a predominantly Muslim country with an estimated 95 million Muslims. Here, even the non-Gambians, if you add them, you find that a lot of non-Gambians are Muslims. They come from Senegal, from Mali, from Mauritania, from Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau. So basically, you'll find that the presence of Islam in the Gambia is very, very, very vivid. It's very, very felt. You hear the Adhan almost every time across the whole country. But then it is a very, how they call it, polarized system too, meaning that there are many ideologies in the Islam of its own. So as a result, education system, when it comes to Islamic education, has a kind of a variety. But I'll get to that. We know that the Gambia is a former British colony, so naturally, its system of education started in the secular format by the colonialist, the British government. So they brought in Christian missionaries who settled in the Gambia and then started teaching, the children of the Gambians, basically using the Bible, and that led to some conversions in some quarters. In some parts of the country, but not in a very large scale. So around 1900 rather, the Muslim elders of Banjul, which is the capital, thought that it is a little unfortunate that their own children are not really going to a school that is appropriate for their upbringing and their deen. And therefore they requested the colonial government to allow them to establish a primary school, which is basically at the time, the beginning of any, like a standard school. So then the Mohammedan school came into being in 1901. The Mohammedan school, it was called Mohammedan school though by the British, but then the Muslims didn't worry much, so they kept the name Mohammedan school. And this is where most of the Muslim children now were allowed to go, and that's where they also encourage the learning of Arabic and Islamic studies. Arabic, Islamic studies were the two subjects. They were not taught at a very large scale, so it was more like a subject. So basically, they had the students who grew up in that school would just have a hint of their deen in general. But then in the 1970s, one Gambian felt also the need to see that there is a secondary education, a secondary school that also would promote the Islamic education. And this is when he also approached the Muslim elders and then appealed to them if they could provide land and so that he can sponsor the establishment of the first secondary school, Islamic secondary school. Now, what they had at the time, they had a madrasa institution that was already prospering in the capital. But the madrasa had a problem, conventionalizing the education to allow the people who come from the madrasa to be able to get back to the work of life. That would allow people to be, because at the time when you finish school, normally you get into administration, into the civil service, into the military, into the police, etc. And the madrasa graduates were not able to fit in those places because they come out with the kind of education that was unfit to suit that, that kind of profession. So basically the Muslim high school came into being in 1975. So the Muslim high school was a kind of a dual education system. It has the conventional education system where it followed basically the colonial system of higher education with a lot of Arabic and Islam being taught in it. But there's also the madrasa, which is purely Arabic, meaning the graduates of the madrasa now would go to Mauritania, they would go to Algeria, they would go to Tunisia, they would go to Saudi Arabia and the other places to further their education, to Libya. So that was the idea. So this dual education system continued. Now, it is important to know that we have what we call the Dara system. The Dara system is where children would go to as an Islamic scholar, and they would sit around a circle, and they would be having a tablet. And then this Islamic scholar would use ink, ink that you can clean very easily with water, and then would write on that tablet a portion of the Quran. It could be a full surah, it could be several ayahs, and then these children now will be chanting them out loud during the period. After they come from school, they will go then after lunch, they will go to these daras and they will stay there chanting this during the course of the day. Now others were dedicated primarily to stay with their Islamic scholar. And this Islamic scholar now would teach them these surahs, and then, through the process of learning the Quran, starting from Nas, going for carrying on the surahs up to Baqarah. So that is the way it has been done. It was only in 1988, with the proliferation of this madrasa system coming up and up, that the education, the government thought it wise to start harmonizing the programs of the madrasa into their education policy to start with, and then eventually to support them, to ensure that the madrasa also conforms. So this is where I will start, from the moment that the education policy started pronouncing about the madrasa. So the intention of this research is to highlight how the madrasa evolved in the Gambia, explain a little bit the policy decisions surrounding madrasa education, how it was established, the structures that help to monitor the madrasa, the efforts to harmonize the madrasa education with conventional education, and the transition that eventually happened. I will just be brief on that. And you will be surprised to know that the International Open University was involved at some point. So, okay, so for literature, I decided to dedicate myself to four primary sources. There are secondary sources, but 4 primary sources. A document that was built by the UNESCO, that was done by UNESCO, called Islamic Education System in the Gambia. And then there's this document that was written on Christianity, Islam, and the religion of poor in the Gambia, the Quranic memorization schools in the Gambia, and innovation in Islamic education, and then the Departments of State for Education policy documents. So these were my primary sources. Now, for the discussion,
Sheikh,
yes.
If we can skip review of literature in presentation, then it will save our time. Thank you.
Okay, you want me to skip this part, right? Okay, I was just saying that the role of the madrasa started really increasing in the 1960s, in the 1970s, and this is when the madrasa started continuing. And then it was then recognized that the madrasa plays a very important role in the universal access to education in the Gambia. So the government decided to put it in their policy so that they would transform and modernize the schools. However, you will realize that from 1988, that was when it was particularly institutionalized in the revised education policy, which was the 1988-2003 education policy, where they had to undergo significant transformation, modernize their curricula, administrative methods, and teaching learning approaches. For example, some of the programs that they were using was Islamic studies, which would include all that we understand about Islamic studies, the study of the Quran, the Hadith, the Tawheed, etc. And then history, geography, mathematics, life skills such as peace building and tolerance, vocational skills, science and health, social and environmental studies. But basically, all these things were taught in Arabic. They were all taught in Arabic. So English became just a subject as a part of it. But what was the function of these madrasas primarily was to promote literacy, to promote national development, shape the moral and spiritual development of learners, particularly that part where they have to live according to the basic Islamic way of life and mostly spread Islamic education and strengthen Islamic faith. So mostly those who were coming out of the madrasa, they would eventually become Islamic scholars in this madrasa school again. Some of them would probably get to study and become qadis, you know, because we have these Islamized courts in the Gambia. So what happened is that they were able to have some management committees that would govern the schools and make sure that the teachers are professional teachers, parents, and school Islamic scholars in the committee are also part of those who will support the madrasa. Now, they manage the day-to-day administration. So quickly for statistics. For example, these statistics are basically pegged at 2019, which is the latest we could have. You realize that in 2019, the early childhood development centers in the country amounted to 258. If you compare that to the grant-aided schools, which is basically those that are Christian schools, they are higher. And then if you look at it from the lower basic schools, here the lower basic are those who will start from primary 1 to primary 6. So you will notice that when it comes to 2013 and 2019, when it was in 129 in 2013, the madrasa increased to 202 in 2019. And you will see that compared to the grant-aided schools and even the private schools, you have higher numbers of lower basic schools at the madrasa level. And then when you also look at the basic cycles are the ones that take both the lower basic and the upper basic, meaning from grade 1 to grade 9 or primary 1 to primary 9. So you find that if you look at that full cycle, there were only 11 in 2019 compared to the rest of the grant-aided schools. So the last part is the senior secondary schools. For senior secondary schools, we noticed that they have increased from 31 in 2013 to 50 in 2019, which basically is larger than all the other sectors like the private and the grant-aided, except for government. So only government has a higher number of senior secondary schools compared to the madrasa. So the solutions that were proffered at the time was the bilingual education and the e-library. Now, these two, luckily, were introduced in 2013 and started to be implemented in 2014. And with a loan that came from the Islamic Development Bank to the tune of $11 million. And you can guess that it was the International Open University that was tasked to do the bilingual education. The bilingual education was possible by the intensive English course that was introduced by Dr. Bilal Phillips. So when he introduced that to the madrasa, it allowed the madrasa students to graduate from their madrasa secondary school grade 12 and then transit to conventional universities, both Gambia and outside the Gambia, by that bridge program that was the English one. Now the e-library was meant to build libraries in every of the madrasa schools and equip them with books that can also help them to develop their English competencies in all the other subjects so that they can bridge towards the normal conventional universities if they so wish. It succeeded at the time, 2014, 2015. Unfortunately, government defaulted in paying and the IOU invested heavily and lost a lot of money out of it. So that was the alternative solution that was there. It didn't work out, unfortunately, for the madrasas. So presently, as I speak with you, the madrasas are facing big challenges. Most of it is the lack of resources. The lack of resources is making it difficult for them to be able to cover basically the essential bit that they need. There is this break with tradition. There is a dichotomy now about the madrasas. They have tried to embrace a conventional system. They are still maintaining their traditional system. They have not yet achieved the conventional system. They have partly lost the conventional system. And basically, there is an exploitation of the learners. Mostly the danger here is that most of those graduating from the madrasa might be the ones that are turning out to be easy recruits for the ISIS and other terrorist groups. But at the same time, they are those who are unfortunately unable to fit in the walk of life in the Gambia. So these are some of my references. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Sheikh. Thank you very much for devoting and sparing your time for this conference. Basically, this is a very great source of encouragement for the conference organizers and the conference presenters, and they will be having an insight from your paper presentation. My dear participants, if you have any question on the presentation by Sheikh Barry, there are 5 minutes you can ask. We can have a discussion on your questions. Well, Sheikh, Jazakallah khairan, and we are obliged for decorating our this occasion with your presence. And now you are free to join your routine assignments. And if you like to stay, you are most welcome. Otherwise, we'll continue with our rest of our presentations.
Thank you very much. And I'm really honored to be a part of this team, and particularly to be able to share my modest knowledge on some of the issues that are of relevance, especially in the context of the Gambia. Assalamu alaikum.
President, dear respected President, after watching your presentation, I can recall one thing, that the countries who were colonized by the British, the scenario more or less the like same.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they are more or less the same. They are more or less, so it could be a very interesting topic to even explore in a comparative approach to see how these things have evolved in some of the other countries. Like maybe in Pakistan, it could have probably got something similar, but maybe with a little difference in the way it has evolved. And then look at the best practices in some other countries. That could be a good learning lesson as recommendation to countries.
Yes, inshallah. And inshallah, Sheikh Ahmad Beg will be working with you as a co-author with the comparative analysis, inshallah, with Pakistan and Gambia. And from Bangladesh, maybe Sister Amina might work with you, inshallah, in this regard. Okay, shukran.
Okay, barakallah.
Jazakallah khair. Now our next presenter is again Hunan and Sister Madiha. Please come on to the mic podium and present your paper. Sister Madiha, are you ready? Okay, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Can everyone hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you and see your screen as well. Welcome. Start with your presentation.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Jazakumullahu khairan for arranging this conference. The paper which I would be presenting today is Challenges of Learning Arabic in an Online Environment for Non-Native Speakers, a comparative study of the students of IOU and other programs. My name is Hunan Ijaz and my co-author Sayyida Madiha Bukhari. We are both from International Open University. So let me start with the background of this study. We have been in this online learning and teaching environment from a long time, over a decade now. And what we have seen is that there are many Arabic courses available now. And in the last decade, this has been increasing with time. So, and the reason for this, which we felt, is that not everyone can travel overseas to learn Arabic. So online learning and teaching, especially for Arabic language, has been quite attractive for many students. So what we wanted to see here is that we wanted to do a comparative study of IOU and other programs in journal which are available online today, to see how effective they are and what can they meet the need of the students and other things in this perspective. So the research questions which we try to, you can say, answer here are: can online programs be useful for native, for non-native speakers to learn Arabic language? Point 2, are short courses useful, or is learning Arabic a lengthy journey for non-native speakers? And point number 3, what will really help the non-native speakers to master Arabic language? And our methodology is a quantitative methodology, and inshallah you will see once we start in the once we start presenting the results, things will become more clear. So for the findings, I would be handing over the mic to my co-presenter and my co-author of this paper, Sayyida Madiha Bukhari.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Inshallah, I will try to quickly go over the findings. So again, these are the age range of our participants for this paper. And we see that the wide variety of them are actually in the middle section from 26 to about the age of 50. And what we found is that the respondents of this study, they're from diverse background, because our focus has been on both students who are studying in IOU and also outside of IOU in different online Arabic programs. Therefore, we shared the questionnaire in different student forums to receive the answers and the responses. And we were able to reach students from different countries and different continents who are doing different Arabic programs in different capacity. And we found that 55% of them mentioned that they're either studying somewhere else in different online institutes, or some of them in this 55%, we also have people who are studying in IOU and they're studying in another institution where they're studying Arabic. And 45% of the respondents are they have only studied Arabic in IOU, which means they're either from our BAIS, the Islamic Studies program, or they're from our BA Arabic program or IAP. So the other institution names that came up during our survey, whether they're from all of these different institutes, as in Al-Asr Institute, Al-Ibana, and Bayana, and different centers, and the Sibaway. Then we also asked them whether Arabic was their second language or third language. So we found that for some people it was the second language. A lot of people said it was their third language. Some people said it was their fourth language, while some people said that they didn't really consider Arabic as one of their languages because they can't speak. So they're not able to call it as one of their languages. Then we asked them, when did they really start to learn Arabic? And many people had different responses. Some said many years ago, some started in school, some only started in IUU, some only started a few months ago. Some people also say that from a very young age or from their childhood. Then we asked our respondents about how long they have already studied Arabic. And again, we found that some people have studied it for a very long time and some people have only just started. And then there have also been people who studied it on and off, but not consistently. We then asked them, how was your Arabic when you began to study? What is noticeable here is that poor was a response from many of them, and then fair, but very few people said very good or satisfactory. Then we asked them, how is your level of Arabic skills and knowledge now, after they have joined a course or they have done a course? And here we see poor has increased quite a bit, and there is a rise in fair, and satisfactory and very good are also there. So again, comparison between then versus now. More people had said that they had a poor level of Arabic, but after a course, poor was reduced quite a lot. And then we can see that more people said fair, satisfactory, has a good rise. A lot of people are happy with their level of Arabic now after they're doing a course, and some people have actually reached very good as well. Then again, we asked them the contribution of the course you have studied to like what has it done to their skill or knowledge of Arabic so far. And here again, we found that a lot of people are very happy with their courses. So they said excellent to satisfactory. So this comes in this green range, while contribution, some people said fair or poor. So they come to 30%. Again, we asked them, are you making progress? And again, a larger share of people said, yes, alhamdulillah, I'm making progress in learning Arabic. And then other people, the responses were not that simple, but we have simplified it to show in the presentation. We asked our respondents in the current course of Arabic, what did they think? How long it will take them to become proficient in Arabic? And different people had different responses. A lot of people thought maybe in 2 years, some people thought in 5 years. And then there were also people, a good chunk, who were uncertain over it. And there were very few people who said, Alhamdulillah, I speak already. And then some people thought it will take them 10 years maybe. We then asked them about these courses, which are books actually, which are widely taught to non-native speakers of Arabic about Lughatul Arabiya, Al-Arabiyatul Linnashiyin, Al-Arabiyatul Bayna Yadayk, and about the books provided by course teachers. And we found that for each of these books, there were people who found them very good or satisfactory, and there were others who did not find them as useful. And among them, Lughatul Arabiya was the one which is more used than others. And a lot of people also wrote that they were not taught any of these conventional or traditional books, which are used more for non-native speakers, but course notes or books were provided by the course teachers. We asked for improvement suggestions from the respondents. And over here as well, we found that many people had many different things to say. Some people said we want Arabic to be used more than English. Other people say that please, we want an English speaking teacher because it's hard when the entire course is in Arabic and we're not Arabic speakers yet. Some said practice, practice, practice. Some said I have to give more effort. Some said I have to make more dua. So then more people had more interesting improvement suggestions, saying that if the course content was available in English, some said about interactive live sessions, again, give lessons and instructions in English. Some people said, I like the course the way it is and it's helping me. And in this way, different people had different things to say. And then useful tools, we asked them which tools they have found useful in their journey of learning Arabic, and we found flashcards, taking notes, video lectures, worksheets, different things that they have found useful in their online learning. So then we asked them, reading without harakat, are you already able to do that? And then we found that some people, 25%, they're able to do that. 50% said somewhat, but then also 23.5% said no, they're not yet able to do it. Then we asked them about what is your weakest area, and then again different responses came: nahu, sarf, vocabulary, technical terminology, to read without harakat. So different people had different weak areas. We asked them about the biggest challenges. Again, we had a lot of information: nahu, sarf, grammar. Some people are struggling for different reasons to give time. Then people again say time constraint to practice with someone who can speak with me. Someone said my age, I forget what I have learned. Someone said I don't have anyone to speak to, having no one to practice with, time. So all these different, no guidance, time management, keeping up, again, need practice, time management, thinking in Arabic. Someone saying that, like we are able to think in our native language. I want to be so proficient that I'm able to think in Arabic. Then I would like to share our recommendations. So we found that online programs are useful because as we saw in our results, yes, it is possible that online programs are helping people progress. And then we also found from the responses that the teacher needs to be particularly aware that these are non-native speakers. So we need to develop courses or improve the courses in such a way that the non-native speakers are able to understand and benefit from the course material. It also appears that a lot of respondents have said that interactive sessions will be helpful. And it also appears that more practice materials were also a suggestion coming again and again from the respondents. Jazakumullahu khairan. I hope I have finished within the time limit. And any questions, please?
Mashallah, Sister Madiha and Mr. Nanajaz. It was a very good presentation. It was a very good eye-opener, particularly we the Muslims belonging to the subcontinent of Indo-Pak and West Africa. This is so tragic that we people are very affluent in speaking English. We people are very affluent in speaking French. We people are very affluent in speaking German language. But it is so big dilemma that in spite of the fact that we have to recite Quran Pak every day as the barak, but we people don't understand what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said in Quran. It is necessary for all of us, and it is a big contribution and eye-opener that we, the teacher, and who are the planners in teaching practices, we should consider how we can expand this canvas of learning Arabic to a larger segment so that we people may learn and we people may put our practices, Islamic practices straight. Thank you very much, Sister Madiha and Brother Hunan. I think there is no question because it has not come yet and no one has risen the hand.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. Thank you very much.
Welcome, welcome. So next I call upon Sarah Tarak and her fellows who will be presenting their research on mega cognitive learning.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
So I'll be presenting on the behalf of the other contributors to this paper as well. The paper that we wrote, that we authored, was based upon evaluating the impact of metacognitive learning in traditional classrooms through web-based interfaces. The contributors to our paper included Ms. Iram Afzal, Mr. Jawdat Mamoon, and Dr. Suhail Iqbal. All three of them are my esteemed teachers at the National University of Science and Technology, and they contributed to the paper as well. I'm just going to start the slideshow. Stop sharing my screen just for a minute because it's getting a little stuck.
Your screen is being shared, Sarah.
All right, because it was getting a little stuck at my end, so I thought maybe it wasn't visible.
If you like, you can make it to slideshow.
Okay. All right. Okay, so a little roadmap for our presentation includes a bit of a discussion upon why we chose metacognition for our intervention, which will be followed by a problem statement, the research question, a small comparative analysis, the methodology which we use, the data analysis and the results from that, and then finally the conclusion. Now, the sign of any developed nation is the eagerness to invest in the improvement of quality and accessibility of their education system, because it plays an important role in the progress of any nation. Now, as technology has transformed almost every aspect of our daily lives, in every aspect of our daily lives, it actually follows that students get to experience technological facilitation in the educational realm as well. Now, following the technological revolution of the 21st century and what we went through in the pandemic, it is quite clear that technology will certainly prove to be the way forward in every aspect of human life, as it has intertwined almost every aspect of our day-to-day life. The reason that we chose to integrate metacognition with technology is that it aids us in providing immediate feedback. Now, what is metacognition? Metacognition is basically the awareness and the management of one's own thought. And the three main segments of metacognition include, or metacognitive learning rather, include planning, monitoring, and evaluating learning. Or in short, the planning part would include how do I know this? What do I already know about this topic? How will I go about this topic? And in the monitoring section, we talk about how did I get there? Where do I go from here? And am I on the right track? Then evaluation or evaluating your own learning includes what worked well for me and how will it help me next time around. Now, the problem statement for this particular research was that the educational system of Pakistan gives preference to content memorization over content comprehension, especially in subjects like geography, which leads to the lack of utilization of metacognitive ability, and then following from that, an application of critical thinking skills. So our research objective was to improve the learning outcomes of geography, to work towards improving the learning outcomes of geography by encouraging the use of metacognitive thinking abilities and the application of problem-solving skills through a web-based learning environment. Now, a little comparative analysis of meta-learning. Meta-learning is a software which we developed for this intervention. We decided to call that software meta-learning since it was based upon metacognitive ability and the previous works. Now, in the previous works which have been done on the same topic, it was found that metacognitive inventory tools were the main tool of data collection and the focus of research. Metacognitive skills were evaluated in the testing context as compared to the learning context. Then the use of concept mapping and hierarchical strategies were used, leaving room for improvement in instructional design. The instructional design was lacking for many of the softwares that are previously available on the same issue. Then there was a lack of self-sufficient evaluation techniques, and there was a lack of evaluation of secondary school students' perceptions towards geography. Whereas the main tools of meta-learning include attitudes, evaluation, surveys, semi-structured interviews, and pre-post test results. Metacognitive skills in meta-learning evaluated were used in the learning context. Again, as I mentioned before, there was a progressive improvement in the instructional design of this through this interface. The student self-evaluation of learning was given precedence, and the main audience for this intervention were secondary school Pakistani students belonging to the private school sector, and the core curriculum of Pakistan and contextual educational reality of the Pakistani system was taken into consideration for this particular research. Our main research question was, what is the effect on students' problem-solving skills when metacognitive cues are provided for applying analytical strategies in a web-based learning environment? Now, the software which we had used had embedded cues in it at different points in time in order to prompt the students according to the answers that they were giving. So this formulated the basis of the main research question. The sub questions which we used to answer, to get the answer to the main question was, we investigated the learning outcomes through pre and post tests. Then we used an attitude survey, which evaluated the difference between the attitudes of students before the intervention, before they actually worked on the meta-learning software, and after they worked on the same software. Then their difference in perceptions towards traditional learning as opposed to web-based approach, to web-based learning. And then we also interviewed the teachers who were involved in the entire process regarding their perceptions towards this particular learning program. Now, prior to the actual research, what we did was we conducted a small base study to evaluate the level of interest students had in this subject. And it was found that 69.4% of the students indicated that they are interested in the subject. We also, there was one question in the survey which was based on, asking them which topic do they want, do they face the most difficulties in. So a lot of them highlighted mapping and landforms as the difficult topics. And this is why when the software was developed during its initial pilot study, these were the two topics we decided to, use as an intervention. And then the preference of resource, according to 35.7% of the students, web-based technology was indicated as the preferred learning student, as the preferred learning resource. And then there were hands-on activities which got 26.78%, and connections of problems to the real world, which was also 26.78%. Now, at this point in time, I would like to add that even though connection of problems to real world separately got a percentage of 26.78%, but when we developed the software, we did integrate these problems in our software as well, the connection of problems to the real world. Now, the design of the interface, the student learning outcomes were aligned with the national curriculum of Pakistan. The metacognitive features were conceived and they were incorporated to support the student learning outcomes. Now, which features were conceived? These features included a planning section, a monitoring section, and an evaluating section, which are the three main features of metacognitive learning. And our audience for this interface were 12 to 14-year-old students. Initially, a usability study was conducted to evaluate the design of the interface. And as you can see over here, now this is the result after the second study, and we can see over here that it did get a very good SUS score. And this is why we proceeded to, go on with the same interface. And I would like to mention here that this was the third time around. The first two times we did not get a good score, but again, when you are trying to evaluate the usability of an interface, we need to go through some steps, and we need to find out how the users are perceiving that interface as well. Is it too difficult for them to understand? Is it easy for them? Is it easy for them to navigate? These are some of the questions we need to keep in mind as part of our instructional design technique if you are using web-based interfaces. Now, the methodology which was used for the research was the sequential explanatory design, which had two components. The first one is the quasi-experimental design, and then we had the semi-structured interviews, which were conducted with the teachers. Now, we had two groups. We had the experiment group, which consisted of 34 participants from the 7th grade, and a control group, which consisted of 34 participants, again from the same grade. They were given a pre-test, then they were given the software. After the software, there was another test which was taken. However, in case of the control group, what we did with them was they did not receive the software, but they did receive a traditional lecture from the teacher in the classroom. So basically no intervention in terms of the metacognition software. Now, data collection instruments, we had the pre-tests and the post-tests. The pre-tests and the post-tests included multiple choice problem solving questions. Topics, as mentioned before, were the Earth's landforms and mapping skills. Then there was a how do you solve problems attitudes form. This is a general form which was developed by Hong. However, you can modify it according to the kind of, the kind of questions you would like to ask the students, while staying within the realm of planning, monitoring, and evaluating, or metacognition. Then there was a student's perception form, which was given to the students to, find out their perceptions regarding the web-based learning interface. And then there were the teacher interviews, which were semi-structured interviews. Now, these are the pre-test and post-test analysis, which was conducted from the test that was given on the topic, the Earth's landforms. We can see here that the mean before the test, now the blue bar shows the pre-test and the red bar shows the post-test. So we can see that there is a slight difference in the mean. There is a difference in the standard deviation. However, the median is the same. And over here, we can see a large difference in the mean. Then we have a small, again, a very small difference in the standard deviation. However, we have a large difference in the median over here as well. Now, the tests of normality, the ones that are normally conducted, were applied to the pre-test and post-test over here. Because the data was skewed, so we did not use, so we classified it as, classified that data as non-parametric data to conduct our, the rest to do our calculations and to find out the proper statistics over here. And this red bar over here actually shows that there was a significant difference after the intervention was conducted. Now we had the pre-test and the post-test analysis for the mapping skills. Again, we can see, the difference in the mean and the median in both of them. Now, one of them, we have the experiment group is the blue bar, all right? And we can see over here the pre-test result and the post-test result where we can see a difference in the bars. Again, for the control group, which is shown in red, we can see that in the pre-test we have we had an average score of 3.5, which actually went down for the other group, all right? And for the experiment group, we can see a clear difference in the result in the mean of their marks after the intervention was conducted. Again, when we speak about the median, we can see a difference in the pre-test result and the post-test result with respect to the median as well, and with respect to the standard deviation as well. So there is a clear difference in the post-test results, which can be seen on the second graph of the experiment group and the control group. Again, the test of normality, because the data was skewed, we had to do a non-parametric test. And from here, we can see that there was a significant difference, which shows that the intervention worked. Now, moving on to the attitude survey, we can see planning. Now, pre-intervention.
Excuse me, Sarah, can you present your conclusions instead of presenting this statistics? Because we are short of time.
Sorry, sir. Sir, can you say that again? Okay,
can you present your conclusions instead of these statistical tables? Because we are running time.
All right, sir. So I'll go down to the conclusions. Straight to the conclusions, but just to see that these were the results of the student perception survey. Some of the comments which we got from the students' perceptions, that the videos and the games they felt that made the lesson more interesting than their regular class. They felt that the lessons made them think more about their answers instead of just memorizing them, which was boring. And then a few of them liked the mind map activity which we had placed in the software. And the student said that they felt I didn't know a few things that made the student go back to the lesson as well. Now, the summary of the results was that hypothesis 1, the pre-test and the post-test, the result was that the results of both the pre-test showed considerable difference between the control and the treatment groups. Hypothesis 2 was the change in attitudes towards problem solving. The change in their overall perception as well as their perception, there was a change in their overall perception as well as their perception in planning, monitoring, and evaluating. In hypothesis 3, which was the students' perception towards web-based learning, and we can see that we got an overwhelming positive response of students towards web-based problem sets. Now, these were the teachers' perceptions. The semi-structured interviews, because it was a qualitative analysis, qualitative study was carried out for this part. So a thematic analysis was conducted. And we can see that these are some of the themes which we found out. We got to know about the teachers' perceptions about geography and metacognition. They spoke about the effectiveness of web-based pedagogy. The teachers felt, with regards to the implementation of software, the teachers who were there aiding the students with the software, they felt that, we can have a blended learning approach versus a complete web-based approach. And they also highlighted that initially there can be technical issues for the teachers because teachers sometimes do lack problem solving skills, especially their technical skills, especially, in Pakistan. Teachers are normally not familiar with the digital, digital media, and they might run into technical issues themselves. So they highlighted that, if you are using such a software in the classroom, then the teachers need to be trained beforehand. And then the conclusion is that the preference is given to, this was a problem statement initially, that preference is given to content memorization over content comprehension. From this, we got a research question, which was research objective, which was that we would try to improve the learning outcomes of geography by using metacognitive skills through a web-based learning environment. And what we found out after the entire working was that efficient pedagogy, when it is integrated with the right resources, They help to stimulate student interest, and they can help to improve students' metacognitive processes and the application of problem-solving skills. So if there are any questions, you are free to ask.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It was a very good presentation. It was a beautiful combination of psychology, pedagogy, and technology. And the areas you have touched are very unique. And really, it can be very good contribution to the body of knowledge. Thank you very much for presenting your paper in this conference and illuminating our minds with your thoughts and the technology. It's great. Now I call upon Hannah Iraqi, who is the last batsman of our today's match. She is sitting with having pads and bat in her hand. I think her morale is still high and she has not gone down because she had to wait for a very long time for her presentation. Well, Hannah Iraqi, welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum assalam.
And especially Sister Sarah, Jazakallah khair for presenting such an interesting topic. I will now start sharing my screen and proceed with my presentation. Can you see my screen?
Yes, of course, we can
Okay.
see your.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right. All right, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My topic for today is Education for Sustainable Development and Islamic Pedagogy. This is a short literature review, keeping in mind the time constraints for this paper. All right, so just a brief outline of my presentation. It has 5 parts. The first part will be a small introduction, explaining what sustainability is and why this is the buzzword in today's age and time. The second part will be talking about the position of knowledge in Islam. Then we will discuss Islamic pedagogy and education for sustainable development, the concept of education for sustainable development, followed by educational theories and philosophies, where I will be comparing Islamic educational theories with that of ESD, and a final conclusion. So to begin with part 1, what exactly is sustainability? Now, this word has been used enormously in the past decade. And the other day when I was looking it up on Google search, I found 11,940,000,000 results with sustainability within a fraction of a second. So this is an indication that there is something important that we need to explore in our field as well. So to explain what sustainability is, it is a practice where one benefits and creates opportunities for the system on which it operates to survive successfully over long periods of time. My reference got flipped, actually. It should have been Jacob's up there. All right, so any practice cannot be considered sustainable if it affects the basis of the system on which it operates. Now, post COVID-19, post the novel coronavirus pandemic in 2019, there has been a sudden shift of education towards remote learning. And there is no looking back since then, as even your experience at IOU will be showing that there is a surge of admissions in programs post-COVID. So existing curriculum design practices and pedagogy is now in a challenging position, with its sustainability over time being put into question. So are we really sustainable or not? That is the question. So the challenge now is to be able to provide a sustainable solution to learners in the event of new learning environments. A paper by Kaffenberger states that it is urgent that curriculum design practices are updated and considered beyond the current perspectives. And World Bank, in a report in 2020, also stated that traditional curricular practices are no longer going to function as effectively, and they are encouraging educational systems globally to prepare ways of remedy for learning through their program. Now, before we consider any type of reform in any aspect of education or life as such, it should be understood that there are three key areas that need to be kept in mind. One is that curriculum needs to be able to be utilized effectively. So as curriculum designers, as education professionals, we need to see how learners can use the content in the present context and apply this in the future as well. The second part is relevance. Now, in order to be relevant, content in the curriculum should be in line with current community requirements in terms of context, practices, and values that will contribute towards learners becoming effective citizens. And finally, in terms of significance, it needs to be able to provide some form of value to the learner in order to be considered for being contained within the curriculum. So this is really important. These 3 points are really important to consider when we talk about any type of innovation and reform. So the purpose of this literature review, we have 3 main purposes here based on Bloom's taxonomy of higher order thinking. The first most important thing is evaluation, where I will be evaluating the importance of knowledge for Muslims in the first place, and I will be discussing existing curricular practices in Islamic pedagogy and comparing it with education for sustainable development. That is a new concept which I will be explaining further on into this literature review. And this particular section will basically be answering questions as to what is required in the first place. Secondly, based on higher order thinking of synthesis, I will attempt to arrive at a conclusion based on the comparisons that I will review, and I will try to attempt to answer the question as to why we need a reform. And finally, I will try to attempt and recommend certain aspects of change, specifically an integrated approach, and how we can arrive at that. So to begin with, the first stage, considering the importance or the position of knowledge in Islam. Now, knowledge has an important role to play in Islam, with numerous verses from the Holy Quran and Hadith mentioning the virtues of seeking and passing on knowledge. In the Quran, it has been mentioned that Allah provided Adam with knowledge and elevated his status amongst the angels, indicating that those who had knowledge had more precedence over those who hadn't. And of course, the first ayah that was revealed to our beloved Prophet was Iqra, read in the name of your Lord who created. And we also have a lot of hadith available with regards to seeking knowledge and passing it on, such as the hadith that I have referenced here on the screen, and there are numerous hadith with regards to knowledge. Now, knowledge in Arabic is called ilm, and the pursuit of ilm is considered a very virtuous undertaking, and it enables us as Muslims to develop our identities, specifically characteristics such as ta'deeb, tazkiyah, and tafakkur, refining character, refining self-discipline, and thinking purposefully and reflecting. Now, to just examine briefly how knowledge and education was in the past, we have very famous educational pioneers like Ibn Sina, Al-Farabi, Ibn Hayyan, to name a few. And we also have a very famous Islamic scholar by the name of Sayyid Abu Ala Maududi in his book Talimat, which is now translated as a title called Education. And he quoted very famously that education is the sum total of knowledge gained. A man who doesn't make use of these faculties falls behind others, which is what I'm trying to consider in this literature review as to where we are falling behind and why. And whereas he who makes use of them excels. So similarly, a nation assumes leadership when it devotes itself unsparingly to the pursuit of knowledge handed it from the past as well as the present. So this is a key statement that I would like to make over here. Now, in the present situation, there have been, although it has been established that our system of education is very complete and very thorough, it is still not evidenced in reports and studies. The reason, examples are, for example, studies of current curriculum design, teaching methodologies, and learning outcomes in the Middle East and North Africa and other Muslim minority countries revealed that curricular practices still have a very traditional approach. Now, these approaches may have possibly worked well in the past, but they do not appear to be sustainable in the present age in terms of student outcomes and attitudes. Furthermore, it has been demonstrated that MENA countries, Middle East and North African countries, have a reputation of relying on learning and teaching strategies that limit student capacities to be independent and critical thinkers, which is one of the needs of this era. It has also been observed that textbooks and learning materials in such developing countries lack in a fair representation of global 21st century concerns such as social belonging, care for the planet, so on and so forth. Other than learning materials, it has also been evidenced, as you can see from the number of references that I have, that teachers have little or no autonomy in planning the teaching process, and their contributions are actually seen as hindrances to achieving reform. Furthermore, these articles also claim that educational policies and educational curriculum plans are actually set up by governmental organizations where the members do not really have the expertise or the knowledge that a teacher or an educator would have. Hence, it impacts the delivery or the content that is being delivered. Now, what is the present situation of knowledge and education in global communities? The most common concept that is observed to be coming up is that of education for sustainable development. This was established by the United Nations in 2015. This particular framework claims to incorporate essential 21st century learning skills such as critical thinking, collaboration, and communication. And the concept of education for sustainable development was developed with the aim of raising young individuals who had the aptitude to take action. And the question over here is, why not our young individuals? Why not our Muslim individuals? And so we are going to take a look at that now. To study a little bit further, in terms of this particular section is now going to compare and contrast the two different educational approaches discussed above. Now, this will be followed by a reflection and conclusion with regards to an analysis. Now, to briefly take a look at Islamic pedagogy, we have three different divisions. We have tarbiyah, where there is physical and intellectual development. There is ta'deeb, teaching proper ethics, and ta'lim, the steps involved in teaching and gaining knowledge. And ta'lim is the one that I will be focusing on, but I want to give a brief outlook on the other two as well. So tarbiyah is basically the key aspect of Islamic life, where you are trying to improve one's religion, caring for oneself, caring for one's progeny, improving one's intellectual capacity. Ta'deeb is all aspects of Islamic ethics, and this is what makes the Muslim identity stand out, specifically because whatever acts we do as Muslims, as per the knowledge that has been imbibed into us and ingrained into us, is that whatever we are doing is for the sake of Allah. So we are ruling out the negative aspect of trying to do something for worldly objectives, whereas we have a higher purpose for doing our acts, performing our acts. And ta'lim is the entire process of delivery and learning and obtaining knowledge. If ta'lim is not delivered in the correct form, tarbiyah and ta'deeb will suffer. And this is the reason of concern. Now, to take a look at the ESD, Education for Sustainable Development framework, it has two branches. One is the holistic branch and the other one is the pedagogical branch. The holistic branch further has three more divisions. There is a biosphere branch, a temporal branch, and a spatial branch. And the pedagogical has aspects of critical thinking, active learning, and creative thinking. This is a small comparison that I did based on the articles I read about Islamic pedagogy and education for sustainable developmental frameworks. So I found that both of these frameworks have a holistic and a pedagogical component. But the pedagogical component in the ESD framework was more focused on skills of critical thinking, active learning, and creative action, whereas the pedagogy of the Islamic educational framework was more traditional and lacked 21st century skills. The other finding was that the holistic objective or the main philosophy of the ESD framework was worldly motives and values only, whereas For Islam, for the Islamic aspect, it was ethics, Islamic ethics, God-fearing actions, and no worldly motive. To take this a step forward, in order to sorry, excuse me. Right, so just going back to my diagram here, I had a few more notes over here. So it can be clearly seen that there are some commonalities and differences between Islamic pedagogy and the ESD framework. Some points here are that Islamic pedagogy and ESD are concerned with development of the learner at individual and societal levels. Both the systems of education are concerned with the delivery of knowledge. However, Islamic pedagogy the Islamic approach has an upper hand because of the aspect of ethics, whereas the ESD approach has an upper hand, has the aspect of critical thinking and 21st century skills. So we can conclude here that the ESD framework is not completely inclusive, as in it is missing major aspects of Islamic ethics and development of a Muslim identity. Conversely, we also see that the aspect of ta'lim in Islamic pedagogy is weaker and has as been evidenced from the learning and behavioral outcomes discussed earlier. Now, this conclusion can be validated further by studying the philosophies behind Islamic pedagogy and ESD individually to kind of analyze what the issue is at the root level. So before considering any kind of reformative approach, it is essential to first analyze the philosophies behind existing practices. So in the consequent section, the philosophies and challenges of these methodologies will be studied independently, followed by a reflection on what could work best for our community. So taking a quick look at the Islamic educational philosophy, it is based on the perennial theory of education. The perennial theory is rooted in the educational philosophy of idealism, and this curriculum design or whatever educational material or learning is provided around this philosophy is centered around specific subjects, and the content remains constant. There are some challenges for the learner and for the teacher in this type of a theory. First of all, a perennial curriculum design model is heavily teacher-centered, and little importance is given to individual students' needs, with learning based on the Socratic technique of rote memorization and recitation. Additionally, students do not have autonomy over their learning, and they cannot develop important skills such as deep processing and internalization. And another study done by Wise, Marbuti, and Hasayo shows that 96% of participants usually just spend time listening or seeing their instructor give out information without actually incorporating any. And again, for teachers, this pedagogical practice is very teacher-centered and content-heavy. The ESD educational philosophy, on the other hand, has the philosophy of pragmatism. This is progressive in nature, and pragmatism encourages practice founded on a reality that is constantly changing, which is what we are facing, and that which is dependent on the observation and experiences of the learner. So progressive curriculum design would have content that is interdisciplinary, collaborative, and cohesive. In a progressive curriculum design, problem-solving skills are especially crucial for the learner to find answers to personal and societal issues. The curriculum content is not fixed. Communication skills are encouraged to be developed, and rather than learning in a compartmentalized manner, students would acquire communication skills and other scientific methods of inquiry. Now, there are challenges in this philosophy as well, especially with respect to students. It is possible that they are comfortable with the traditional methods, and so they become distracted with less control, or the content is under the risk of being less engaging and inclusive for all student competencies. For the instructor, especially the teachers, they are not given enough autonomy in reform processes. So to be able to be actively involved and feel ownership of the proposed curriculum, they have to be trained. Now, this could pose as a risk because these teachers might not have equal training opportunities. And another problem that can be perceived is that there would be an element of resistance if teachers feel threatened or overburdened with too many changes. Teacher resistance is common in regions where innovations will disrupt existing comfort zones for them. So a brief reflection, although there are challenges in both methodologies, it is clear that the benefits of ESD pedagogy far outweigh its challenges. The challenges of the ESD pedagogy can be easily mitigated by teacher and student training and proper allocation of resources. One thing to add over here is that of blended learning, because if we opt for the progressive curriculum design, blended learning offers more opportunities for a flexible learning approach. To conclude, what is the solution? The solution here is not to completely adapt the ESD framework, because there are certain elements in it that go against our ethics and beliefs, but it's rather to adapt an integrated approach. Badiuzzzaman Saeed Nursi, a pioneer in Islamic educational philosophy, considered Islam to be the chief of all knowledge and guidance. Nursi was not in favor of complete westernization, and he, in his book Risala-e-Nur, has mentioned that the religious sciences are the light of the conscious, and the modern sciences, that is the sciences of civilization, are the light of reason. The truth becomes manifest through the combination of the two. The student's endeavor will take flight on these two wings. When they are separated, it gives rise to bigotry in one and wiles and skepticism in the other. So based on this, he had actually proposed a model called the Madrasa al-Zahra model, and it very interestingly incorporates our religious beliefs, our ethics with newer learning opportunities. And another prominent scholar, Muhammad Abdu, also was of the same opinion, where he mentioned that an integrated approach would work best for our community. So the main purpose of these scholars was to encourage the development of Muslim individuals who were sincere and committed citizens of society, as well as to progress science and technology in the Muslim world. In today's context, this can be applied to the innovative concept of amalgamating the pedagogical aspect, just the pedagogical aspect of ESD, Education for Sustainable Development, with our Islamic, ethical, moral, and development aspects, specifically tarbiyah and ta'deeb. Furthermore, integrating content would result in a curriculum design that would be flexible and that can be adapted to suit the needs of Muslim communities worldwide. So towards the end, we have three purposes of this literature review, or three conclusions that I have arrived. The first one is that this literature review aims to open up further scope for research in terms of a customized sustainable education framework for education at the primary, secondary, and tertiary level. So this is just an opening to consider this aspect. Definitely a needs analysis would be the next best step to examine what curricular gaps actually exist in Islamic communities. And the scope of this innovative reform is immense. Not all benefits and challenges have been addressed due to time constraints. There are challenges such as addressing the needs of stakeholders, achieving a group consensus, arranging funds, organizing objectives, monitoring reform that need to be considered before approaching any kind of reform. This is a list of the references that I have used for this particular literature review. That should be it. Jazakallah khair.
Very good, Hannah. Mashallah. It was a wonderful presentation. It was more philosophical than quantitative research. And you have opened new vistas of the knowledge, particularly in traditional and Islamic world. And while you were presenting, I was recalling a very famous phrase of our Pakistani philosopher and poet, Allama Iqbal, who says that it is very difficult to face the modern world and new technologies. And a nation normally thinks it is quite easy to persist on the traditional world and traditional practices, which we are doing. You have done a very good job. It was a very good paper, though you had to wait for a long time. But I think you have given us very good food for thought. So again, I'm thankful to you. And I think Professor Barry is still here. Sheikh Barry is still, yes. Sheikh, kindly allow me to hand over the forum to you for your concluding remarks and your observations you have noticed or noted during these presentations. Sheikh Barry, thank you very much. Sheikh Barry, could you hear me?
So has Sheikh Bari made his presentation already?
Yeah, he made it, but I have asked him for his concluding remarks. He is there.
Okay, so if he's not here, then you can make the concluding remarks.
I have given my remarks. I have given my remarks already. I have given my remarks already. Actually, I
This
wanted
is the
to endorse.
virtual conference, and many people are here virtually presented, but we can't.
And this is the dilemma of virtual classrooms as well, Dr. Hafrin. Anyway, I appreciate the efforts of Dr. Shfiqur Rahman, you and your team, Dr. Hafrin and others. And you had made it a success. Very good paper, at least very good papers have been presented in this session. And definitely I can say that other papers which are presented in other sessions are also wonderful papers. And as I witnessed last day in the opening session, all the keynote speakers were very well to the point, and they have discussed very important things which we have been missing while we supervise the research, and our scholars also conduct a research and they write down the report and the thesis. So to my opinion, this conference has been a very successful conference, and I congratulate all the organizers, including myself, because I am also the team member of the organizing committee and head of the organization, Dr. Barry and Dr. Philip, who have taken the initiative, and you who have broken the ice, and you have turned this very heavy stone aside, and you have started this job. I wish and I pray that this practice continues. And now,
this practice will continue, inshallah, and maybe one day you will take the lead, because by every 6 months, one of the departments from now on will take the lead. Dr.
Inshallah.
Right?
There is most possibility the next one is going to be
We are all here to support you, inshallah.
Dr. Afrin, it seems that I am on your hit target. Anyway, it won't be possible without your both of yours advice and consultation. We can meet, inshallah. We can meet
it is
success, inshallah.
Yeah, it is a teamwork, and someone will lead, and all of we will be behind you.
Yes,
so
inshallah,
always,
inshallah.
Inshallah.
And also from this conference, all the flows that we can, if we can witness, then we can recover them in the next conference.
Inshallah, inshallah.
So the next conference is a better and bigger one, inshallah.
Inshallah, and we hope the proceedings of this conference will also be published, and though on internet, and all the papers, all the very useful papers which have been presented in all these sessions, concurrent sessions, and the colloquium as well, they must be given on the web as well. And Dr. Afrin, your next issue of the journal is also on the way.
Inshallah, we are waiting for that.
Published there. They should be published there, so that our students who could not attend the conference may get benefit from the knowledge which has been delivered during this conference, and they also get motivation to participate in the next conference.
Inshallah. Inshallah, we have a plan, and we have already circulated the call for papers, and also we will invite, because all of their emails are with us, so we will email them separately with the call for paper, and we will invite them to submit their articles, and if from some of their friends and family members. So we will look after that, inshallah.
Doctor, it should be a special edition. It should be a special edition, conference edition.
If the number is
along
good,
with our routine edition.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, Prof. If the number of the articles are good in number, then we can go for the special edition, inshallah.
Inshallah, because today's all the 5 papers were marvelous. And yesterday's 3 papers which were presented in colloquium, they were marvelous papers. Unfortunately, I could not participate in the presentations of the PhD scholars. Definitely, one I know who is Alexandra, because she is corresponding with me as well for her PhD thesis. And she seems to be a very good researcher, and she is keen observer, and she is keen scholar. So her paper must have been very good. So 10 to 12 papers, I think they suffice for the special edition of our this journal. Special edition of this journal.
Inshallah. Thank you for your suggestion.
My pleasure.
This is a good suggestion. Otherwise, people will wait for another 6 months.
Yeah.
That is very hard to wait for that long.
Yes.
Good suggestion.
Thank you.
People from the education background always think very
Always
creatively.
the experience works something, right? Say something better.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi.
Wa alaikum assalam. So we are allowed now to leave, because your yesterday's and today's all the session have been contradicting with the prayer timings in Lahore. So today, two of my prayers have been sacrificed for this conference, and I'll say Qaza Namaz. And moreover, you know that Lahore at the moment, along with its other awards which is had, these days Lahore is declared to be the world's most polluted city. So I am also, you can I am also one of the victims of this pollution and my bad throat. And this is not a good show to cough while I'm talking.
We pray for your better come down.
Amen. Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam warahmatullah. Thanks to all the presenters and all the people who are present here in this conference, even at this moment. Jazakallah khair. Stay blessed, and all of you have a good time with your family.
From our journal team, I again want to invite all of you, the researchers, the paper presenters, to submit your paper for publishing our journal. And according to the suggestion of our professor, Iftikhar Ahmed Beg, if you submit your paper here, then we will consider it to publish the special issue only based on the conference articles, inshallah. So it will not take many time. You will have not to wait for maybe 6 months to publish it. So as early as possible, we will take care of it, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay.
Jazakallah khair, doctor. And take care. Allah Hafiz. Allah Hafiz. All of you. Allah Hafiz.
Barakallah feek.